Welcome to our Saturday coverage at the premier meet in the country. Beautiful Saturday afternoon at Saratoga Springs. And we're just moments away from the opener. Terrific crowd on hand. Featured today, a marathon on the lawn. Christophe Clement turf, named for the newly minted late Hall of Famer Christophe Clement, who won that sword dancer, renamed, of course, in his honor 5 times. His son Miguel will try and win it with Tawny Port. Greg Wolf, Tom Amos, Paul LaDuca here to kick things off on our Saturday coverage, and we're going to get right into it here with this opening race. 6 furlongs, $30,000 claiming race for nominators of 3 life, and it is the 6 in here. Salming Linda Rice, first off the claim, is the big favorite.
Big favorite indeed, and a horse that just won his last start and claimed by Linda Rice out of that race, but moves up a condition here. One of the nominators of 2 life for this level. Now faces horses that have already done what this favorite has just done, and that is win this condition. And she moves up here. He moves up here. We'll see what we get.
Scratch the 2, the Toy Cannon. You know, the 6 won so impressively last time, and I think a lot of people will look back. The horse did not break well and kind of just rushed up and just swooped the field, but that's kind of what he does. He's not a great gate horse. Look for him again not to get away from there. Will he get the same setup he got last time?
And this horse, Tom, and you guys are both going with a 6, the public is as well, and there he is, being bet off really just one race. He's never been that horse in 12 prior starts. Is he just all of a sudden, we expect him to be the horse we saw last start? Is there some concern there?
I think you have to respect Linda Rice as a trainer that claims horses and finds prospects that she feels she can move up on. She's seen something in this horse's past performance she really likes, and I think it has a lot to do with what we're looking at here. I
think one of the key parts was before that last race, this horse was working very well and then proved it on the racetrack. Maybe this is a horse that just loves it up here at Saratoga.
Play all the action, including a pick 5 that starts here, over $850,000 in that pool with Naira Bets. Spot 200, code to use at sign up for new members. Get that $200 deposit match. Play with us all summer long and beyond. NairaBets.com, even money based off just the last start. Can Salming do it again? Off the claim to the new barn of Linda Rice. We kick off our Saturday card here on our Fox Sports 1 coverage. Let's go upstairs to Frank Miramati.
1 more to go in. Fistful of money goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off. And it was a very even start. On the outside, that Shlomo vying for the early lead, head and head through the opening quarter mile. And on the outside is Math Tutor. These two have pulled 4 lengths clear of Fistful of Money, who's racing in 3rd. Then comes Nance 4th, has about 3 lengths to make up with less than a half mile to go. Down at the rail, it's Epitaph. Epitaph is trying to make some headway, racing in between horses as the field rounds the far turn through a quarter that went in 22 2/5 seconds. It's Math Tutor just in front, coming to the quarter pole. Leads it by about a half a length as they reach the top of the stretch. Shlomo is down at the rail. Nance continues to fight on as they come toward the 8th pole. It's another 3 lengths or so back to the next flight inside that final 1/8 of a mile. And it is Math Tutor who is dominating. On the outside, Epitaph has taken up the chase. There was never a run from Salming or Antietam. It will be Math Tutor. Math Tutor strolls by almost 5 lengths. Epitaph was 2nd. Nance finished 3rd, and Fistful of Money 4th.
It's Math Tutor. Back-to-back wins a few months apart. Last seen April 10th. That was a dominant score on the front end. Dangerous here in victory at 4-1, beating an even money favorite for Jenna Antonucci. Of course, became the first female trainer ever to win a Triple Crown event in a year now, where we have our first ever female trainer of the Kentucky Derby in Cherie DeVoe.
Yeah, Math Tutor was always prominent throughout the race from early on. The pace wasn't that rapid, but he did have some company up front. But you can see as he comes down the stretch here, Paul, he's just drawing off from this group.
Yeah, it's a fast time for this kind of horses. $30,000 claimers, 110 and 2, just ran them off their feet. I thought Epitaph ran a really good race in your favorite, just hung out wide, no pace to run to. Kind of tell his race was kind of over early in the race, so you get a 4-1 shot. Kind of a minor upset to start your card.
Yeah, the big favorite bumped slightly coming out of the gate, was last early, just no response from Salming. Meanwhile, Math Tutor freshened and on his game here for Jenna Antonucci and young Christopher Elliott. 7-1-4-8, and an upset to kick off our Saturday card. here at 4-1. Big one to come later. It's our ABR race of the week. 1.5 miles on the turf. Grade 1, formerly known as the Sword Dancer, renamed. That announcement was made last year with the passing of Christophe Clement, newly minted Hall of Famer, now named in his honor. Christophe Clement turf. His son Miguel will have a chance to win it with Tawny Port. Let's look back to the Bowling Green, though, guys. An old Crazy Bone. Fort George, scratched out of today's race, wound up second. Minaret Station comes back as well.
Yeah, you're looking at old Crazy Bone on the inside. This is the horse that set the pace that day, and he'll do it again. They're going 1/8 of a mile further today, up to 1.5 mile distance. That's a marathon distance, but look what a fighter he is. When he gets headed, Paul, he comes right back, shows what he can do, and he's won at this marathon distance before.
I think the worry for a lot of the other horses that are facing Old Crazy Bone, the horse that's chasing him right there is Fort George, on his back the whole way around the racetrack. He's not in here today, so who's going to be able to press Old Crazy Bone around the racetrack? I have a feeling that 4-1's going to come down, and he might go off as your favorite.
Ancient Egypt is a horse, though, that likes to be forward. So is that the horse, Tom, that's going to pressure?
I think he sits right
Old
behind
Crazy
him.
Bone?
Ancient Egypt is a European horse. He's attractive for a couple of reasons. Number one, he's very, very good, but also, unlike a lot of European imports, he is tactical. This is a horse that can entertain the pace if he wants to. He wants to get covered up. He does in this race, but sits right off the pace setter. Makes a very strong finish in a top-class race here, Paul, just to get nailed at the wire.
Yeah, I mean, this was a dynamite race. He loses to a horse named Causeway. The time before that, he was behind Christmas Day. He just missed against Maltese Cross. The time before that, Causeway. Christmas Day might be the best 3-year-old with the retirement of Bo Echo now. So he's kept some really good company with the 3-year-olds over in Europe.
And it sounds like he's going to be tackling over horses for the first time in his career, but designs on getting to the Breeders' Cup turf. Let's go to Tawny Port. What a story this would be. Miguel Clement winning a race named in honor of his late father here in Tawny Port. Obviously, Belmont Gold Cup, 2 miles, different story than 1.5 miles. Punched his ticket to the Melbourne Cup down under, but he's had some effective races, including at Woodbine, the Canadian International, at this distance, Tom.
Yeah, I mean, look, here's a horse that, in my opinion, that, we're all emotionally rooting for. The race is named after the trainer's dad. And the thing about Tawny Port is that race was a 2-mile race. We're going 1.5 miles today. Tawny Port's last win before that one that we just saw was back when Twitter became X in 2023. That's a while back.
Yeah, but he also ran huge at Woodbine at 1.5 miles in a group race, and he was right there.
Yeah, you're right. I ran with Lasix in Canada, and he ran with Lasix that day. I will say this, he's got 2 turf wins, both of them here at Saratoga.
7-year-old too. You're asking him to see if that horse can move forward at that age. How do you feel about that? Some up-and-coming runners, including that 3-year-old.
I like seeing it more on the grass than I do on the dirt. The older horses that are really pros on the grass tend to last a long time. Tawny Port is a perfect example of that.
Intriguing running of that Christophe Clement turf. That's race 9, part of our Fox Saratoga Saturday coverage. 5:06 Eastern start time, which you'll see later this afternoon. Here's what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. Race 2 is going to kick off the early pick 4. 9th, as we just touched on, that Christophe Clement turf, and then the Galway. These are the only 2 races, 9 and 10, that stay on the turf today. That's 5.5 furlongs sprinting on the grass for 3-year-old fillies, where Mauna Loa, I know it came on a synthetic track. She just ran off the screen in that last performance, and apparently the turf work since was pretty good as well for Mark Cassidy.
Yeah, that's a tricky horse, right? A filly by Nyquist. Been doing a lot of her work over in Woodbine, and yeah, she comes in with a ton of upside, winning by 9 lengths in the 7-horse here. Matt Tudor kind of took him to school.
Ah, I like what you did there. Yeah, if you do the math, comes up with a W.
At 4-1. 7-1-4-8. Let's welcome in Megan Burgess for the first time today.
Hey guys, we've got some happy kiddos, but also joined by winning trainer Jenna Antonucci, and Matt Tudor just got on the front end, aggressively meant, and did all the work.
Kept going, and we got the kids to get some good pictures in here. I mean, that's kind of a priority today, but yeah, thrilled for the horse, thrilled for Miss Sackley. She's a unicorn human, so I couldn't be happier for everybody.
Speaking of unicorn humans, unicorn puppies, unicorn corgis, Mando coming up tomorrow. I heard the favorite scratched.
That's what I've heard. That was just told to me, so a little extra pressure on us to make sure we stay focused this year. So we're doing our best. We're schooling.
We're schooling in the Corgi Cup. Congratulations here, Jenna.
Thanks, appreciate it.
Love having these kiddos. Wayne's kiddos in the winner's circle. Good job, guys. They're killing it, Greg.
And that reference, yeah, Megan just made the Wayne kid's named after Dwayne Lucas, who was so great, especially later in his career, of creating new fans in the game, would always bring kids into the winner's circle, give out goggles, things like that. And we've kept that tradition going. The Corgi race tomorrow, incredibly popular last year, the inaugural running. The inaugural champ was to be back. Sam out with an injury, so now this race is wide open tomorrow.
Yeah, unfortunate injury, but he'll be back next year, hopefully. Just like a kind of a pulled hamstring.
He's restricted to the couch for at least 2 months.
and the pizza crust, which was seriously part of his diet,
That
one of
was,
his favorite foods. So he's on the shelf. That's coming up tomorrow. We expect a big crowd with the Corgi Cup pin giveaway as well. Race 2, it's our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. New York bred maiden special weight, 6 furlongs. And there's a few horses certainly with some buzz in this one, including the one who's opened up as the favorite. I've heard so many people talking about Big Handsome for Jorge Abreu, and that one now 3-2 to open up.
Yeah, so many of these horses have not started. As a matter of fact, you've got 7 out of the 9 horses in here that haven't even been in a race yet, so they're debuting. So when you're looking at these horses, you're oftentimes early on looking at the tote board, seeing what the odds are. There is some inside buying going on. People that know what they're looking at, that are making their plays right now, so the odds board is tilting that way.
We talk so many days on big days, you might see the next superstars. I tell you what, race 2 and race 6 are amazing, along with race 3. But I tell you, race 6, we got a $1.7 million horse, a couple $1 million horses. In this race, you know, Jorge Abreu with the first-time starter here for Flying P. He's had 2 first-time starters that have run recently. One ran a good second and one won. This horse reportedly has been outworking that horse in the morning. We'll see how it plays in the afternoon.
Don't forget race 8. Race 8 is a really good maiden
race.
race.
Yeah, race 8 too.
You know,
right?
that has some big-time purchase in it as well.
I forgot race 8, race 6 and 8.
Yeah, Tom's looking at that race, the cup, and just saying, you ain't so bad, you ain't nothing.
Well, I don't know about that, but we'll see.
Some big pedigrees there, but Kinnan with one who's working pretty big in the morning, an outside post. Yeah, for Vakota, and that one we're looking forward to. We love these 2-year-old races. We have one coming up. New York Breds in the next. We'll look ahead as well to tomorrow's Corgi Cup with a favorite coming out. It is wide open. Could Jenna Antonucci have an improved performance? We'll have a preview when we come back.
America's #1 sale for New York's finest yearlings. Recent top performers include Grade 1 winning grads Iron Orchard, Rhetorical, and Usha. Plus these 2025 New York bred champions. With an expansion of New York's purse parity program, there's never been a better time to own a New York bred. Fasig-Tipton New York bred yearlings, August 16th and 17th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
Back with you on our Fox Sports 1 coverage. Happened for the first time last year, the cutest show on dirt. The Corgi Cup at Saratoga. It was won by Sam. As we just told you, the defending champ will not be back to defend his title. And he's won several times since then. So that opens things up quite a bit, and that's what the winner takes home. So the second edition of the Corgi Cup happening on our Sunday coverage. Qualifiers, I believe, after 3 separate races tomorrow, and then the final. We get excited. It was a great show last year, and we had a huge attendance coming out for you. You get the Corgi Cup pin as well. We'll be lined up in the morning to get those. People take this incredibly serious.
Well, I mean, listen, we had a thing called Corgs of War. They brought in a group of dogs that were supposed to dominate, and Sam came in and stuffed them in a locker, as Jonathan Kinchin would say. But now Corgs of War has got to be the big favorite. I tell you what,
there was serious trash talking going on last year, Paul.
I tell you what, though, they are some of the best companions you can have, corgis, honestly.
Yeah.
Do you have a corgi?
No, I don't. I have my brother has a corgi, but I have a Australian Shepherd. But the corgis, my brother's corgi, I love his corgi.
Is he training to get in this competition next year?
No shot.
Why not?
His belly's hitting the ground. He needs to get in shape.
He's on the couch too.
Yes.
It was a lot of fun. We're gonna have a big turnout, and we look forward to it for the second edition of that. Coming out, we're gonna need Maggie to do a report on the corgis at some point.
Nice. I bet you she's just as good as with the thoroughbreds.
Well, we have race 2, some 2-year-olds we're gonna see in the next race, New York bred maiden special weight, and we're gonna hear from Maggie on the one all the buzz is about in this next race coming up. Big, handsome, trained by Jorge Abreu, Flying P Stable. Flavian Pratt back in action to ride. We'll hear more about this first-time starter when we come back.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
Blazing Summit. Big star to get up into the Pacific Classic.
Dornick and Luis Saez to win the Belmont Stakes.
$600,000 Thank you.
Well, I think what My Racehorse does is it gives owners an opportunity to get involved in the game.
Very much enjoy sharing the barn visits and those big wins.
Straight no chaser in the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
Authentic has won the Kentucky Derby.
It allows everybody to come together to own a horse, whether you own a microfraction or you own 50%. It's the same feeling you get when they win.
I'm Dan Blacker.
I'm Safi Joseph Jr.
I'm Todd Fletcher, a trainer for My Racehorse.
Sees the fray, wins the Preakness.
Prince of Monaco's too good for Moose, an impressive winner of the Best Pal. Miramonti's all hot, but Prince of Monaco too good.
Prince of Monaco, standing at Claiborne Farm.
TT, we're here. We got Big Handsome behind us, and he's been a horse that I've been watching those workouts on First TV that has continuously caught my eye. He's now in on Saturday. Talk a little bit about what you've seen from those morning workouts. Looks like he does everything so easily.
Well, since his first breeze, Maggie, you know, his first 3A was like very, I thought he was a more laid-back horse by the size and the way he trains in the morning. But when I put in 3A, he was like right there. And then every week it's better and better and better. He's a horse that's pretty push button. Nothing bothers him. You could put him anywhere you want with any company. You could put him next to a horse, behind a horse, and everything he does is so easily. So
And he was definitely complimented by the fact that you had baby Beth come out and win first time out. She's been working with him, and he's been handling her pretty nicely.
With no doubt. And I told Pratt I wanted him to take a little bit of dirt because he was pretty fast out of the gate, but you know how the baby's races go.
Yeah.
All you need to do is miss your break and some baby get hit by the dirt. But I think he's ready.
And you are a trainer that is incredibly adept at getting them to win first time out. What kind of goes into that?
I think timing, you know, being with Chad in 9 years really helped me. And I think time is everything for horses. Sometimes we push them and it doesn't work out.
Yeah, but when you push the right buttons, it often does.
Pay off.
Good luck, TT.
Thank you so much, Maggie.
Well, that one for Jorge Abreu, big handsome 3-2 favorite. Some big works, most notably last time out for the debut coming up. 6 furlongs, this New York bred maiden special weight. Let's welcome in for the first time on our Saturday coverage, Maggie Wolfendale.
Thanks, Greg. And yes, as you saw in that piece, he had been working with baby Beth, who was an impressive winner here earlier in the meet, and obviously outworking her just a bit too. But prior to that, he had been hooked up with some older horses too, including K-Cup, who was very accomplished, as well as Royal Enclosure, who did run a good second as a 3-year-old first-time starter as well earlier this week, and he handled all of them with aplomb. And as TT mentioned in that piece, he's a pretty laid-back guy. That's exactly what he is here in the paddock too, and I like maintaining that same demeanor from what they've shown you all along in the morning to here in the paddock on game day, because you don't want a horse to be overwhelmed by the proceedings for the first time when it is time to go. And boy, does he look ready, fit, strong. All the accolades go to Big Handsome here, and not to mention he's appropriately named. Moving on to number 4, that is Minefield. Now, he was meant to run back here on July 31st, but he acted up at the gate, and so therefore that was a late scratch. He is a son of Mind Control out of an unraced dam. There really isn't that much pedigree. Boy, did this guy work well at the OBS April sale. 9-3. He was asked a good bit with the crop that day. He didn't switch leads, but what I liked is how he really pins his ears here and lowers himself into stride. That just speaks of a racehorse. And furthermore, the way he moved, it wasn't like a scramble to get that 9-3. He just really covered the ground efficiently. When they look like they're going slower than what they actually are, it speaks to talent and ability, and he is incredibly athletic here. I'll keep an eye on him. He was very well behaved until the gate last time back on July 31st. So same thing here yet again. He's not being overwhelmed. He looks fantastic here for Mark Casse. I think he is possibly of the first-time starters the biggest threat to Big Handsome. But we'll move on and take a look here at another horse who was meant to run a couple weeks ago but was a late scratch. That was number 6, Scramjet. However, on July 30th, he was meant to run on the turf, and Linda opted to enter him back here on the main track. Now, he was very well behaved in the paddock, but when he got outside onto the racetrack and linked up with the pony, he thought the pony could be a girlfriend, and so he kind of reared up and sat down in the middle of the racetrack, unseating Manny Franco that day. Same thing yet again. He's behaving well. We'll see if he's been a little bit more focused when it comes to linking up with the pony, or if Jose Ortiz opts to just not even take him with the pony. He's a bigger type, and so I like that physical maturity that he's showing me here. And I did think that he would be effective on the turf, but honestly, the pedigree is more tilted to the dirt, as he's a son of Uncle Mo. The dam was best dirt sprinting, and 4 of the 5 foals were winners, mostly on the dirt. So we'll see how he adapts to this surface here. And then there's a rarity here in the paddock. That is a Chad Brown horse that is ice cold on the board, and that's number 2 in here, Equilibrate, as this son of Hardspun, which I think that might be the key factor, because Hardspuns, as much as I love them as a sire, they're later developing types, and they usually want a little bit more ground. However, this horse is incredibly racy looking, and there's also a little more turf on the bottom side. as well as a dam. She won first time out as a 2-year-old, but on the turf and the dams half to a pretty good turf sprinter by the name Epping Forest. He doesn't look particularly turf meant, to be fair, at least as of now, and he is sharp. He is really well defined and incredibly fit looking, and he has just been very keen and aggressive here in the paddock. I'm wondering how much speed he'll actually show. I did watch a workout of his in which he was on the outside of another debut runner who didn't run particularly well for Chad Brown earlier on in the meet, but he was going much better than that horse. So at a generous price of 18-1, Greg, when do we ever see that on a Chad Brown runner?
Yeah, that is pretty crazy to see that barn at that number in a 2-year-old race where he is so effective over there, especially in those silks for Klarovich Stables. 18-1 being completely ignored on the board here to kick off a pick 4.
Yeah, it just shows you maybe the rest of this field, how good the rest of this field might be.
Let's go to Megan.
And joined by the number 6 Scramjet's trainer, that's Linda Rice. And Linda, this horse was originally entered on the turf, now takes to the main track. What's given you the encouragement to do that with him?
Well, when I put him in on the grass, I thought he's got kind of high action, like he might like the turf. And things didn't work out the first time I had him in. Came off the turf. I was kind of thrilled with that. It scratched onto a 5-horse field, and then he went up in the air in the post parade and was scratched. But we find ourselves in a pretty deep field today. I'm hoping for the best. What's the maturity you've seen from him? Obviously, was a late scratch last time out, a bit distracted. Have you seen him continue to progress mentally? He's really not that hard to handle. He does have high action, and I told Jose Ortiz, I said, look, he's not the type that's going to break and go to the lead. I think you gather him up. He's got a lot of high action and come running late. Well, thank you so much for that important insight. Good luck in here. Thanks, Megan. Linda Rice, shrewd as always. And yes, this is quite the competitive New York bred maiden special that awaits us.
So 8-1 on Linda Rice's first-time starter, Scramjet, with the meet's leading rider. Our post-parade coming up, brought to you by the new Belmont Park. Return to action downstate, September 18th, with a Jockey Club Gold Cup. Reigning Classic winner, Forever Young. Reigning Horse of the Year, Likely Sovereignty. Kick things off here with the Linda Rice runner. There's Scramjet.
There's the son of Uncle Mo. Looks like he's behaving. He's going to go kick off of his pony and get a little warm-up.
Top thriller, Ken McPeak from the rail.
Yeah, one of the first-time stars in this race, of which there are many. Kind of cold on the board.
Huge price on a Chad Brown first-time starter with Manny Franco. Equilibrates.
Yeah, hard-spun first-time starter for Klarovich, and Manny, like you said, been working steady here at Saratoga.
Saratoga T with experience, start number 2.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of 2 with experience, and sometimes first to second start is where you see the greatest improvement. Trainers have a chance to work on things they didn't like in that first start.
Mark Cassibarn, firster Minefield.
Yeah, Mind Control stands for $6,000. This horse sold for $700,000 at auction.
Mike Makerbaum with a first-timer by Epicenter, Santis.
Has some good works, but they're on the artificial surface. We're on the dirt today.
Here's the one taking all the attention. Big Handsome, some big works, and all the buzz about this one.
Yeah, Big Handsome. I mean, the 3-2 and the work 2 back, Greg, is really the one that caught everybody's eye.
Upper echelon, Brad Cox, first-time starter.
Yeah, and we haven't seen a lot of these flight lines go off at this big of a price. 12-1 out of a Union Rags mare.
And experience and a lot of changes for Silver Knight. Blinkers on, New Gelding.
Yeah, not always good when you get that many changes from a barn after one start. Gelded, blinkers on. They're searching.
5 minutes to post to kick off this early pick 4. Travers Bankroll Builder. Take advantage on Naira Bets. Bet $50 to win on any horse in the Grade 1 Christophe Clement Turf later today. You'll get a $20 bonus whether you win or lose. Take advantage. You got to opt in at NairaBets.com. So, Tom, you're going to wind up on one with experience in here for Rudolph Brissett, Saratoga T. What'd you like?
Well, I touched on it in the post parade, but anytime a trainer debuts a horse, they see a lot of things that they can work on that aren't apparent in the morning. So this horse has had a race under his belt, and I feel like second start is oftentimes the biggest improvement we see in thoroughbreds, with the trainers having a chance to do that. I like this horse with the race experience.
9-2. Megan going there as well. 7 for Maggie, and then Paul, you're going to go to the inside with Top Thriller.
Yeah, I'm going with the hot barn, the Kenny McPeak barn. You get Christopher Elliott is the rider here. He's looking to sweep the double, and I'm hoping this horse shows a little pace from the rail. I don't love first-time starters inside, but you see the big gray by Vekoma right there. But it can be advantageous if you break well, and I kind of like the way he's looked on the racetrack. You know, Irad was named, and Chris gets the ride. I have this feeling this horse is going to show a little early speed.
Welcome back, by the way, Flavien Prat, serving a suspension. He was out Wednesday through Friday, returns today, and this is his first mount back on the Saturday card on the 9-5 favorite. Big Handsome has been favored throughout with our pick four pool approaching $160,000. Let's go back to Maggie.
Just goes to show how hard it is to hide one up here at Saratoga with regards to the favoritism of Big Handsome. But let's check out another first-time starter. The one that Paul actually goes to is at number 1, Top Thriller. He was entered on the turf back on July 30th, like we see with Scramjet, but he wasn't a late scratch that day. He was scratched because it was off the turf. And now he's entered for a main track race. I don't know what to make of that, but it is a little bit more of a dirt pedigree, I suppose, as he is a son of Vekoma. The dam was unraced. This is her first foal. The second dam, she did win first time out on the dirt, however, as a 3-year-old. He is a very good mover. You know, he's very light on his feet, and sometimes that is tilted more towards turf. But the fact that he is efficient, I think he should be okay, at least on this surface. He's pretty short and stout, and he wasn't particularly sharp, although he's built like a horse that should have speed. I don't really know what to make of him because the whole entering for the turf first time out kind of confused me, other than sometimes it's an easier surface for horses, and that's what trainers would like their horses to run on, just to get that proverbial education. So I do think he'll benefit and move up from a race, but there's probably some talent in there, as we'll check in with the horse who is benefiting from experience here, and that's number 3, Saratoga T. I did like this horse first time out. He was a bit green with the pony that day. He has been a professional here in his second start. Love the fact that he showed speed as well, and he's hinting at that yet again. He was very animated and on the muscle back in the paddock, but like I said, he's put a lid on it for out on the racetrack, and I really appreciate that. That means he's saving something. There's going to be something left in the tank, and he looks very strong here in his second start. If Big Handsome is upset here, it's definitely, in my opinion, with the 3, Greg.
All right, that one with experience. Thank you, Maggie. Start number 2 coming up. Took some money in that debut as well. Let's go back to Megan.
And I too like Tom, and it's nice to hear the development from Maggie as far as number 3, Saratoga T, in terms of maturity and being able to show that professionalism. A nice breeze at 10-0, a son of a Yalpon, purchased as a 2-year-old, and one that was forward on a pace that came undone last time out. It was more of a closer flow. Back on July the 12th, he was kind of the last amongst them standing, and he ran really well on debut. That 18-1 shot, Professor Plum, getting the best that day. The dam was a New York Bred Stakes winner routing, but I do find he's right where he wants to be as far as sprinting is concerned. And something that David Aragona, our morning line maker, pointed out on the handicapping show this weekend is how remarkable trainer Rudy Brisset's numbers are second time around on the dirt. Rudy Brisset, second timers with 2-year-olds on the dirt the past 5 years. He's 22 for 65, 34%. So a barn that might not have them completely cranked up for debut, but surely can take that step forward in their second start. Greg?
All right, Megan, thank you. Let's address, we kicked off this card. We had some moisture. We have races off the turf with the exception of the stakes races. The Grade 1 Christophe Clement turf, the Galway. Tom, we're listed as good here. Starting this afternoon, how do you feel this track is playing, having seen that first race?
Right.
Well, and what you saw this morning.
Yeah, we got a lot of rain last night, and I actually thought our barn was going to have to cancel the workouts. But when I spoke to our trainer, Kenan LaRose, he's like, no, the track's in very good shape. I came out, I watched a number of workouts, including ours. The track seemed fast this morning. I don't think the maintenance crew is giving themselves enough credit here. This track is fast. The time of the first race was exceptionally quick for that level horse,
yeah,
Paul.
1:10.2. Yeah, play that's a fast racetrack. As you look as your favorite. Right now going in Big Handsome at 6-5, and the horse with experience right next to him, Saratoga T, taking a lot of money.
And Saratoga T, the 3 for Rudolph Brissett. Ricardo Santana Jr. steps in, but all this buzz on the 7 with a big crowd on hand for our Saturday action. We send it upstairs for the second on our Saturday card. Frank Miramonte, the call.
Okay, Greg. 6-5 now in the final stages of wagering for Big Handsome. They're in the gate. And they're off, and Top Thriller was just standing still when the gate opened and is last. Scramjet is quick right out of the gate and to the front. Silver Knight has speed, and so does Big Handsome in between those two. It's another 3 back to Saratoga T, who races right on the inside of Minefield, 2 clear of Equilibrate, who is now 7 lengths off them with less than a half mile to go. A gap before DeSantis, Upper Echelon, and Top Thriller. 22-1 for Scramjet, who leads at a length and a half. Flavian Pratt and Big Handsome now 2 lengths behind. Here's Minefield making some headway along the rail, saving ground while doing so too. He is about to move into second, coming after Scramjet at the top of the stretch. Scramjet turns for home in front. Hugging the rail is Minefield, and Minefield is run right on by. 3 lengths back, Big Handsome is in third. They're followed by Equilibrate, who is finishing with interest on the outside, as is Saratoga T. 16th pole. Scramjet comes back and is battling with Minefield. And Scramjet, solid performance, pulls away in the end. Minefield was second, Big Handsome third, and Equilibrate ran fourth.
Scramjet passed, re-rallies, and wins at first asking. Number 52 of the meet for Jose Ortiz.
Boy, an interesting race turning for home here, Paul, with Scramjet giving up the rail to the 4-horse Minefield turning for home. That's a confident rider that's willing to give up the rail in Jose Ortiz on Scramjet, and he comes home first in front. First start, but let's not forget, this is a horse that actually got saddled and made it to the track last time and then was scratched for the behavior. We talk about this. Trainers get to see things they need to work on. In this case, Linda Rice got a free pass and came back and did what this horse was supposed to do.
Well, Linda said in the interview, I told Jose this horse got high knee action. I'm going to bring this horse back and launch and make one run. Well, his natural speed put him right on the front end, and I think there was the confidence there that he was going to finish. Let's put him in the center of the racetrack, and you can see he kind of had that high knee action in the lane, but he went on by. You got 8-1 on him.
Impressive first-time starter, and I know we got a longer meet this year. I talked about it briefly on the show yesterday. As you see Scramjet re-rallying to get this win, assuming this was a 40-day meet, even with a missed day included in there. Jose Ortiz is still on pace to set the new single-season record for victories in a meet.
He's riding incredibly well. He's so confident with what he's accomplished this year. Obviously, the Kentucky Derby aboard Golden Tempo, the Belmont Stakes as well. And he is in his happy place. I've never seen Jose smile as much as I've seen him smile this meet.
It just seems like he's putting himself in a position to win every single race, and the horses are delivering for him. And it's not like he's riding 3 to 5 shots every race.
It's amazing how much happier you can be when you win.
I can relate to that. So can you, Paul.
And let's I'll put it in context a bit. He's had an incredible meet. A lot of mounts he has had, though. Mounts that would have gone to his brother. Arad, who's out on the shelf right now, benefited from that. But look, there's no question. It's been sensational all meet long. He's having a career-defining year, what he's doing.
I said this, though, earlier last week. Irad would gladly take those wins from Jose, and I think, obviously, with the year Jose's having, and what did Nuke Lelouch once say? Winning is way better than losing.
How profound.
Jose Ortiz, Linda Rice, impressive first-time starter for SJB Stable. It's Scramjet in the second. When we come back, we will meet the field for the main event. 1.5 miles on the turf for the Christophe Clement Turf. To come later today on our Fox Saratoga Saturday coverage. Stay with us.
The joy of traveling well is feeling at home, yet 1,000,000 miles away from home. Discovering new flavors or savoring the ones you already love. Not knowing what lies beyond the horizon, but knowing what matters most to you. This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 1 coverage. You're watching Saratoga live on a gorgeous Saturday here at Saratoga Springs. America's Best Racing, making the sport easier to follow. Explore stories, betting tips, and race day insights. You can go to americasbestracing.net for more information. Scramjet, these youngsters still learning the game, figuring things out. Scramjet, obviously a lot of ability getting past and then re-rallying for the win.
Oh, yeah, no, I was very impressed with that performance, and a confident ride by Jose Ortiz in allowing that horse to come through on the rail and still feeling like, I don't care if you're going to take the shortest trip home, I got the best horse.
I think what you said, I think the track's going to be fast by the end of the day.
By the end of the day?
He thinks it's fast now.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, labeled fast.
So Scramjet with the win for SJB Stable. Linda Rice picks up her 17th winner of the meet. Jose Ortiz, again, number 52 of the meet for the meet's leading rider. Let's go to Megan.
And that's who joins me in the winner's circle. I said to Jose, are you getting tired of chatting with me every single day? Because you're always in the winner's circle. But Scramjet is a horse that Linda was very honest about perhaps not having that gate speed. Were you shocked when you had that break and go forward and you were able to kind of get that position early?
Yeah, it surprised me a little bit because she told me actually she braking from the gate yesterday, but she didn't expect him to be anywhere close. She thought he could be mid-pack. But he broke really sharp today. I was able to go with the flow and take the lead, and you know he take care of the rest.
He's a horse that kind of had that, Linda referred to that higher knee action, maybe more indicative of the turf. Obviously handled the dirt today. What did you feel as far as his rhythm? A horse that got onto the main track.
Yeah, just like she said, seems like he could be a good turf horse down the lane. Today he was good enough to win, but I think on his future, you know, turf and tapira in the winter will be beneficial for him.
You're right, Oscar's Encore later in today's Galway, a horse that you've ridden as a 2-year-old and a 3-year-old, coming off of a pretty impressive win off of the layoff. What have you seen from the progression in her coming into her first stakes test?
I think she haven't done anything wrong the distance, going short. She's 2-4-2, so I like that for her. And we'll see how she handled the turf course today. It's going to be a little soft.
Well, thank you for your insight and best of luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you, Maya.
Greg, Jose Ortiz, he just keeps winning.
14 wins away from equaling the record Ramon Dominguez set, single season all-time record. He's on the 1-2 favorite coming up in the next race. His assault is in full force mode right now.
It is indeed. And you're talking about this next race. How about this next race is identical to the race we just ran. New York breds going 6 furlongs, 2-year-olds, a lot of first-time starters. In the racing office, often when we enter in races, if the race gets so many horses, they'll actually split it into 2 races, which is what they've done today with the second and the third race.
Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day, though, and it goes to Scramjet to re-rally, and a thriller here, $18.96 for the win, worth the wait for Linda Rice and SJB Stable. And again, number 52 for Jose Ortiz. He'll be on, as we just mentioned, the 1-2 favorite in race 3. So 6 furlongs. Yes, another New York bred maiden special weight, as Tom mentioned. Roadshow, race under the belt. Took a lot of money first time out, taking a lot more money now, Paul.
Yeah, I mean, the horse didn't break well last time, but made up a ton of ground, like you were saying, kind of in the middle of the racetrack, and they kind of were well clear of the third place finisher. I guess the one to beat.
Huge finish by that horse, Paul, after not breaking well. And you know what? It probably could have been closer. Not going to win, but it probably could have been a little bit closer, but really at the end a little bit relaxed by the rider.
You know, cut down the nets to 7. The 2 horses that have run here are going to be probably hard to beat.
Some buzz as well for New York State of Mind, the George Weaver firster, that one at 5-1. Talk more about this field in a moment. We're going to look ahead to the Christophe Clement Turf, go by the numbers, first run. In 1975, announced last year, this race will be renamed in honor of the newly minted Hall of Famer. 7 share multiple wins in the race, including Clement's Gouffo won Grade 1s at 3, 4, and 5. A Waddle's the fastest version ever run in 1997, avenging a neck loss 2 years earlier. 6 owners have won it twice, including Juddmonte Farms with Flincher, who rallied from 13.5 lengths back to ride the rail to a repeat. Scored most wins by a trainer. Who else? The late Christophe Clement, his last coming with Farbridge in 2024. Pat Dace, 4 wins, most by a jockey, including back-to-back wins on With Anticipation. 4 winners would go on to capture the Breeders' Cup Turf, including Blackie, of course known as Better Talk Now. That was his nickname for Graham Motion. He won the Breeders' Cup Turf at 27-1. 5 winners named champion, including Channel Maker. 3 crowned champion, older male. Main sequence, the last back in 2014. He'd had the Joe Hirsch and Breeders' Cup Turf. And the great John Henry, the legend, stands alone as winner to be crowned Horse of the Year. His Sword Dancer win came with Bill Shoemaker aboard, overcoming a slow start in that year's edition. This year's edition, as we've talked about all week long, seems wide open. Fort George, unfortunate, comes out, who looked like he may have been a very key player in this race. Hard really to throw anyone out, though. In this year's edition, we have the first and third place finishers coming back from the Bowling Green. Let's start with Ancient Egypt, though. 3-year-old tackling older horses.
3-year-old tackling older horses. No 3-year-olds won this race, so this is going to be something interesting to see. But he is so elegant in his performances last start against top-notch horses in France.
It would feel like a Hollywood script here if Miguel could win in a race named after his late father.
Yeah, the 7-year-old son of Pioneer of the Nile. 0 for 10 at the distance. Hopefully he can conquer that this afternoon.
Gate to wire in the Bowling Green. Can old Crazy Bone do it again? Javier Castellano will ride.
Well, he'll certainly go from start out the gate and be the fastest one up front. He'll control the tempo. If he can keep it under control, he should have a strong finish.
I'm really interested in program training, who they're trying to sort of resurrect now at these longer distances.
Yeah, multiple Grade 1 winner in 2023 and 2024. Got a little bit better last time at United Nations at age 6. Can he pull it off today?
Minaret Station, he was closing fast against old Crazy Bone in Fort George in that Bowling Green.
He was. He ran third that day, and he was closing fast against an early slow pace with an extra 1/8 of a mile in today's race. It could be his day.
And the lone lady tackling the boys, Servi. She just won the Grade 2 Glens Falls back on August 2nd. She wheels right back to take on the boys.
Yeah, she's been a handful in the morning as well. Manny Frankel will take over the irons. Flavian Pratt guided her to the Glen Falls win. She's feeling herself in the morning, see if she can conquer the boys.
Yeah, her most recent work, lost a rider, ran off prior to the work, then ducked out and lost the rider again on the gallop out. Servi in her most recent work.
Yeah, so these European horses, when they come to the States, everything is so different than how they do it over there. It's not unusual for their behavior to be a bit flighty, but they all seem to have good minds when they go to the gate, despite not having the proper behavior beforehand.
So
that's
non-issue, not a concern at all?
Not to me. Not to me. If it was an American-bred horse, I would have a different opinion because they've been over this routine many times over an American track. She has not.
This is not the trophy for the Christophe Clement Turf. This is the trophy that will be handed out tomorrow for the Corgi Cup. Not bad. I don't have gloves on. I can't handle it.
Greg,
you guys.
Come on, Paul. You know, I mean, that's different.
In honor of Michael Jackson, in honor of Kodai Senga, the new Mets closer coming out to beat it.
There you go. I like the way you're doing that.
All right, real quick. So who do you feel, as we're going to have this coverage on our Fox Saratoga Saturday, who holds the edge, Americans or Europeans, in this Christophe Clement turf?
I think the Europeans do, because the race is 1.5 miles in distance. That's a marathon distance by racing standards here in the United States. And truly, no breeders really breed to go 1.5 miles on the turf, but horses end up finding themselves there. Over in Europe, it's totally different. They breed for this distance. They breed for these long, long races, so I think they have the advantage.
Well, one of the horses in here just beat one of the most highly regarded Euros who's not going to run in this race today, Fort George.
Yeah, I think the scratch of Fort George, I think Old Crazy Bone has got the advantage just because of his early speed. Ancient Egypt probably is the horse that will be right on his back. Sometimes Europeans don't break that good in their first start here in the U.S. We'll see how that happens, because maybe they can shut the door on him. If he breaks well, Ancient Egypt, he should lay right behind Old Crazy Bone.
That's where I see him.
Those closers, Tom, getting to Old Crazy Bone late at a little bit shorter distance, longer. Is he in trouble today?
I think he'd be in more trouble if he had someone to contest the pace with him, but I just see him making such an easy lead here. It gives him an advantage. I'm not saying he's the winner, but certainly I think his chances are improved by him being the lone speed.
It's part of our Fox Saratoga Saturday coverage presented by Oceana Cruises. Kicks off at 3 Eastern. Alabama, 3-year-old fillies. And Counting Star is the leader of that division the following weekend. That's presented by Keeneland Sales. And then the biggie, DraftKings Travers, the Kentucky Derby and Belmont Stakes winner, Golden Tempo, back in action for Cherie DeVaux in a rematch with the one that one rolled by in that first Saturday in May, Renegade, coming off that Jim Dandy victory, not to mention a very strong supporting cast. We're going to take a timeout. Counting Stars has established herself as the top 3-year-old filly in the country. Marquesi with maybe another potential 3-year-old champion filly as she gears up for the 1.25 miles Alabama. Stay with us.
Seize the Gray wins convincingly.
Seize the Gray. He's going to seize the day in the Pennsylvania Derby.
Seize the Gray is still there. Seize the Gray wins the Preakness.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
The two of them coming down to the wire. Forte on the outside, and Forte to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Forte starts to gather in the top horses. This is going to be very close, but the champion prevails. Forte wins.
Before your eyes, a landscape unlike any you've ever seen. The pulse of life, a kaleidoscope of culture. And there it awaits. Cheers of triumph that eclipse all joy before it. It's the Journey, Japan Cup.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 1 coverage. Race 3 approaching the 12-minute mark to post. And this race, another New York bred maiden special weight. We'll see if Jose Ortiz, he's on the 4-5 favorite, collect his 53rd winner of the meet. He'll team up with Marquesi. Let's go to Maggie.
And we'll check in with the first-time starters, well, at least a few of them here in the paddock, beginning with the shortest price of them all, and that is number 5. I'm assuming we say it, New York State of Mind, as he'll show up for trainer George Weaver after they paid $120,000 for him at the OBS April sale after working 10-1. He wasn't asked that much in that workout, and he was kind of he was swapping leads. He just seemed a bit lost, like he didn't really know what to do. but he moved well. And then fast forward, watching some of his workouts on First TV, same thing. He just looked a bit lost. Like, there's ability there, but he doesn't really quite understand what his job is yet, and that is the same vibe I am picking up here in the paddock as he is wearing blinkers first time out here, and it's usually just an indication, especially, you know, when it comes from the trainers that come down that kind of Todd Pletcher line, which George Weaver does, that they just think they need a little focusing in. He's a good-looking horse. He's beautifully put together. He's got a lot of scope to his frame, and he looks fairly fit overall here. But like I said, mentally, I'm not quite sure he's clued in completely. As we'll move on to number 6, that is Jay Buck. He's a son of Keep Me in Mind out of an unraced dam, though the half did win first time out and been okay on dirt sprints, but nobody else from the family has won. So we're dealing with, you know, a limited pedigree, but this guy, he was very well behaved prior to getting the tack on, and now suddenly he's woken up quite a bit here. He's got a very long frame to him, so that might be an indication of also wanting a little bit more ground, but I appreciated his size, you know, indicating that there's going to be some ability to cover a good amount of ground. Now, whether we see that here first time out remains to be seen, but still making a nice impression from an athletic standpoint, from a fitness standpoint. He does look ready. As we'll move on to number 8, that is Arawak. It's so funny. You know, it didn't really dawn on me that he and the 7 were both Drain the Clocks, and I'm looking at them here in the paddock. I'm like, whoa, these two horses have the same exact heads. And then I look down and I'm like, oh, they're both Drain the Clocks. It was just one of those funny pedigree things that, you know, some stallions stamp their horses with, as these two definitely have the same look, these really forward-placed ears on them. They almost kind of look Arabian-like. But taking a look at Arawak here, as he is out of a dam that was much more turf meant, and he's have to blame it on KJ, who is a decent turf runner here in the New York bred ranks. And if you go back a generation, there is a stakes winner named King Kumbale. So maybe, since it is counterintuitive that he shows up here on the dirt for Mike Maker, that it's a good sign. He has a good-looking horse here. He has a lovely long neck, you know, just really nicely balanced and put together. Was a little bit green here. They did put the blinkers on, which I don't necessarily love to see. And watching his workout back on July 25th, he was on the outside of Perea, who is a horse that has run twice up here, taking money in both starts, one on dirt, one on turf, and has done no running at all. And this horse, I thought he was kind of maybe on even terms, maybe wanted to do a little bit more, but had really high knee action. So getting back to the indication that I think he might be a little bit more turf meant. Look, Greg, he's a huge price on the board. Watch how he runs here today, and maybe we see a switch of surfaces down the line.
All right, Maggie, thank you. 9 minutes away from this third coming up. It starts a new mandatory payout, pick 5. But all the attention on one with experience, roadshow, and Tom, as you well know, and I know you advocate quite a bit, love to see a start under the belt, and you often see that improvement, especially with 2-year-olds in that first to that second start.
And that's what roadshow has to deal with. Look, horse didn't break well from the gate, came around, made a huge finish. You know, the ending time of that race was not that quick, but roadshow was running very fast that last 8th. You know, Paul, that kind of effort here, and maybe a little improvement out of the gate, which you typically see from first to second start, puts this horse right there. Yeah, it makes him a definite player in here. You know, if he gets out of the gate a little bit better, and the guy on his back is just riding so well in Jose Ortiz. You know, the other horse that's running here, Cut Down the Nets, really not good out of the gate. First time was a little fractious to get loading, and then last time out, a tiny bit of a bobble, but still has shown very good speed after being not so good out of the gate. So with a better break and now 2 tries, maybe that horse, I know third try gets a bunch of first-time starters, could be the horse you're going to have to catch.
Tom, and there's the favorite that just leaves our screen with Jose Ortiz. What do you do as a trainer, does it become a concern when a horse in a debut breaks bad like that? Do you do much to work on it, or do you think maybe, just first start, maybe jitters, and we'll see what happens second start?
So typically with horses that start for the first time, they've learned their lessons well, but oftentimes it's like a beginner golfer hitting the ball well in the practice range and going to the first tee. They don't always take their lessons to that first tee. Horses don't usually need another reminder. They usually improve naturally off their lessons that they learned.
Let's go to Megan.
And pleased to be joined by trainer Mark Casse, who will send out the number 4 Roadshow, who did have a start underneath his belt, Mark. What about that debut were you most pleased with from a maturity perspective and getting education into these young horses?
Well, you know, he kind of ran the way I like him to run, and that's to come running. He got himself, the dirt got him in trouble. He was jumping up and down, and hopefully today he accepts it a little better and runs one better than he did last time.
Multiple Grade 1 winner Counting Stars is en route to another big test in the Alabama. What have you seen from her and her training out of her last effort, now awaiting a distance test?
I think she's bigger and better. So we're ready. I'm ready to run. So we enter today, and I don't even know how many's going to be in there, but she's ready.
Very much. I love it when you put it like that, just simply put. But you will send out Military Road in the Kings Plate later on today. You've got 24 runners across 5 racetracks. Busy man. What's given you the encouragement to apply blinkers to him today?
We just haven't. We felt like he hasn't focused. We're going to try to get him to show a little more speed, be a little bit up close. We're going to have to. Everybody's going to have to do something to beat the filly. She's extremely good. I had planned on going up, but last minute plane changes, so that's why you see me here, and I haven't left the barn.
We're happy to have you here, Mark.
Oh, thank you.
Greg, always a thrill to catch up with Mark Casse.
And that filly he's talking about, that is Luster from the rail. John Velasquez will ride, and seems like she is going to be incredibly difficult to beat. Here's the 1, Neptune Road, Richie for Tim Hills.
Yeah, horse not showing a lot of action on the board. I think maybe for next time.
War to end all wars. Gregory Sacca with Javier Castellano.
This is a horse that was actually working here in July and then went to Delaware Park for the August works. Now back here to run.
Jose Lezcano on Private Banker for Jimmy Ferraro.
This is another horse whose works have been kind of average to this point.
The 4-5 favorite. Here's Roadshow start number 2 from the barn you just heard from.
Yeah, good finish, obviously. 2 works since in the horse to beat.
Manny Franco on New York State of Mind, George Weaver barn.
One of the first-time stars that the money is showing for, but maybe an Achilles heel that we'll talk about in just a minute.
Jay Buck, believe we'll go to the 6th, and we do. It's 17-1 for Eddie Barker.
Yeah, Luis Saez will be aboard. Luis been on a little bit of a roll of late.
2 starts and both times issues out of the gate for cut down the nets. Ricardo Santana Jr.
Got a couple of race experience in here, and money at 7-2 is showing.
And the Mike Maker barn, Arawak, the outside post.
Yeah, the sire here drained the clocks, got to a good start so far. You get Kendrick Carmouche, and him and Mike Maker so far this year, 33% together.
4 minutes away from, again, what starts a mandatory pay pick 5 with a great crowd on hand on this beautiful Saturday afternoon. You can get signed up and started with the official betting app of Saratoga at NyraBets.com. Get that offer, that $200 deposit match new customer bonus when you punch in that code at sign up. Spot 200, and play with us all summer long and beyond right there at NyraBets.com. So a 4-5 favorite in Roadshow, but New York State of Mind would be appropriate. It's a song we love to hear walking out of the racetrack after every day here. Debuting for George Weaver, Tom.
Yeah, on brand right there for sure. New York State of Mind, typically trainers, when they take their horse to the gate, that's where they want to know not only how talented they are, they put in a solid work, but also they want to make sure they leave the gate correctly. It's unusual for a trainer to take the horse and working from the gate 3 times in a row. It makes me wonder with this 5-horse New York State of Mind if he's maybe a little bit difficult to get out of the gate correctly, might be a little tardy out of the gate. I'd pay very close attention to that when they hit the gate.
Well, meanwhile, Paulie, again, you look, cut down the nets. You like to have experience, but now both those races, some issues coming out of the gate for this one.
Yeah, I think the outside draw, getting to the 7 of 8 is a big key. You know, his 2 other races, he was 4 of 9, and then last time he got kind of stuck in the 2-hole, and I thought even though he bobbled, he got away from there quick, and that was a good second-place finish. I think he's the one to beat, and the only reason why I get it, Roadshow had a great effort last time, but what's not to say he breaks bad again? You mentioned the gate works on the 5. If the 7 finally behaves, and he's had 2 starts to do it, I think this is the last start I'll give him, he could punch himself to a nice little lead early in this race.
They're warming him up with intention. You know, you see him warming up away from the pony. That usually means intent to try to leave the gate running. Paul, they do it once, you forgive them. They do it twice, just as you said. You wonder, is this a habit?
Yeah.
Let's go to Maggie with more on Cut Down the Nets.
Yeah, we'll take a look at this horse. I'm going to try with him here because with the two horses that have experience, they both were with the flow of the race last time. As Cut Down the Nets, he was actually broke in front, but after a furlong, he was overtaken by DIYer, who would eventually somewhat wire the field, and Cut Down the Nets was stuck chasing him. And I like what I'm seeing from this guy. He was a little bit better to saddle. He was really, really bad in his last effort. So this is his third start, yes, but only a second one against New York breds. And he's getting quite a lively warm-up out there with Ricardo aboard. I'm looking for the speed yet again because we don't know how much speed actually number 4 Roadshow has. He, too, was a lot better behaved in the paddock than he was first time out. He was acting up a little bit. I did think he looked incredibly fit, but we saw that greenness in the way that he ran. He broke okay, but then he couldn't keep up, and then when the kickback started hitting him, he just started climbing. But Professor Plum, who won that day, closed from well off of it, and he was just kind of greenly picking up the pieces. He looks fantastic, and like I said, he's got his mind in the game so much more today, but I just thought at 4 to 5, why not take the other horse that has experience? But Meg, I know you are interested in Roadshow. I'm sure that interview with Mark gave you a little bit more confidence.
It does, and he admitted, right? You saw all those things as far as the kickback and reacting in a green way, and then you go through his couple of works where on August the 1st he did actually finish on the wrong lead that day, but he was best still inside of an unraced colt. You know, he has developed, though, from his works earlier on, which is why I picked him. And yes, I totally agree with the fact of wanting to pick the horse that also has developed and does have a little bit more early speed. But when you go through his works, even back through July when he was working in company with the likes of Lexi's Charm, who did run well on debut, he was just nowhere near, to me, the workhorse and kind of the development of himself of where he is at now. So I take heed that perhaps he will be a more mature model of himself. He is more fit for the task second time around. We'll see if he can put it all together today. Greg?
And the public betting that that will be the case. 4 to 5 right now. Roadshow with that experience under his belt. As we get set for another pick 5 that begins here. There's Dylan Davis on a huge price. Neptune Road Richie. The 4, 5, and the 7 dominating the wagering here. It's almost like the rest of this field, Tom, almost doesn't exist.
Yeah, you got 2 horses that have started and one that's shown very good works in the 5, making his first start. That's where the money is.
So here we go, loading up. There's New York State of Mind, first timer George Weaver with Manny Franco, but odds on the 4 Roadshow. Second time starter for Mark Casse with a meets leading rider. Let's go upstairs on our Fox Sports 1 coverage. Frank Miramati, the call.
Thank you, Greg. Here's Cut Down the Nets, one of a couple here with some experience, and Cut Down the Nets has certainly run well. Here's the favorite Roadshow. Odds on choice, 4 to 5, just a little under even money. And Arawak to the outside. And the familiar colors of Paradise Farms and Saratoga. They race a lot of them. Just have one behind the gate here. Going in. Just a little bit of movement. It's like War to End All Wars is jockey. Climbing back up. In the gate. System starter looks like they may back one out here, at least making an adjustment. Keep an eye out on what is happening. See the legs of the assistant starter there, so we know the gate's not about to open. Just working on one of those inside runners, likely the 2. It's just been backed out. That's number 2, War to End All Wars, the son of War Dancer. back in. And they're off. War to End All Wars was very slow out of the gate. Neptune Road Richie, on the other hand, extremely quick. Cut down the nets is asked for early speed. Private Banker in the Red Silks moves through on the inside third, and Arawak is fourth, only 3 lengths off the pace. Roadshow will have to rally from behind once again. He's got 6 to make up. On the inside of New York State of Mind, a gap of 7 to J Buck, and War to End All Wars is at the back. 22-1 for the opening quarter mile. Around the far turn, it's Neptune Road Richie, and cut down the necks, going at it. Arawak is in striking range, just 2 lengths off the top pair, coming to the quarter pole. Another 4 Roadshow is underway. He's starting to rally. He's within 3.5. He'll come with a good, nice bid as the field turns for home. Cut down the nets on the outside of Neptune Road Richie. Arawak is in third, and Roadshow keeps coming, and coming fast now. In behind him, what a run from J Buck, who's coming with an explosive late rally. 16th pole. Roadshow wanders out, takes the lead. J Buck trying to get second. It will be Roadshow to win it. Cut down the nets, fended off a huge rally out of J Buck, and it's a 3-way photo for fourth, including War to End All Wars, who finished up extremely well.
Number 53 of the meet, Jose Ortiz leading all riders. Roadshow, the odds-on favorite, from far off the pace to blow by everybody here. 4.76 finish.
Broke a little bit better today. You heard the trainer Mark Cassidy talk about Roadshow and getting away from the dirt. Jose Ortiz, who's isolated right there, star on the forehead of the horse, gets him outside, and here's where Roadshow makes his big run at these horses.
Yeah, the 7 horse cut down the nets. Carlos Santana did a good job getting that horse to the front end. Neptune Road Richie gave the horse some issues, but he put that one away. But Roadshow always looked like the winner. The public got this right. 4-5 over 5-2. You know, the last race, they ran almost 2 seconds faster than this race.
And that's how it happens oftentimes when you split a race in the racing office. It's random. Who gets in this half, who gets in that half. The first half looks like it was a much better race than this half.
4.761, the 4-5 favorite. Able to reel everyone in here with that experience under his belt. Mark Cassidy, Harry Rosenblum, and Jose Ortiz, again, a 2-win day already.
2 horses with experience. They looked, because, you know, you kept on seeing, I think Tom made a great point, because New York State of Mind had those gate works. He was not good out of the gate, and the 2 horses that had experience basically just ran around the racetrack. I mean, cut down the nets, but Roadshow, obviously, Jose Ortiz. I mean, he's got like 18 wins in his last 30 mounts. It's something crazy.
This horse finished really well again, you know. And look, Harry Rosenblum, the owner of this horse, you mentioned him. He's a friend. Congratulations, Harry. I hope you guys are back home enjoying the win.
$25,000 for this son of Roadster. That's a good purchase.
Harry's game.
Yeah.
Harry buys them cheap, and they tend to be talented.
So an odds-on favorite here in the third to start a mandatory pay pick 5. Dual Hall of Famer Mark Cassidy. Of course, he's going to have his top 3-year-old filly in the land back in action next weekend, and arguably the biggest and most prestigious race there is for 3-year-old fillies in the sport in the Alabama.
I think it is
Counting
indeed
Stars.
the most prestigious, and he's got the right one for that one in Counting Stars.
Can we address this for a moment? He said going in from, you know, obviously won the Acorn and then wins the Coaching Club American Oaks. He thought she was better going into the Coaching Club American Oaks, and he was right. He just said again in an interview, she's doing even better now. That's scary.
There was the rematch with Always a Runner, was it not? You know, who had won the Kentucky Oaks and beaten Counting Stars. Counting Stars has won the last 2. I love it when I hear a trainer that wants to speak his mind says she's doing better now than she ever has.
His confidence is sky high on her.
Roadshow runs everyone down here in race 3 at 4-5. Number 53 of the meet for Jose Ortiz.
A surging debut at 2. An international tour de force. An explosive winner of 2 sire-making Grade 1 races.
Raging Torrent running the race of his life. And Raging Torrent and Frankie Dettori cruise to victory in the Malibu. Raging Torrent's coming out party is in the Metropolitan Handicap.
Raging Torrent, the next wave in the Lane's End stallion making tradition.
Back with you on our Saturday coverage here on Fox Sports 1. You're watching Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Hill & Dale at Alapa Road Show. Able to come from off the pace, and this time, get his picture taken, Tom.
Yeah, nice finish here on the outside, getting clear of the dirt, as Mark Casse said before the race. Let's get that dirt away from him, and with experience, he'll accept more of that. And you can see in his face he took some dirt, but when he got outside, he really started rolling.
So Road Show graduates here, start number 2. $3.74 for the win. Cut down the nets.
Look at that super
Jay Buck complete the trifecta. Let's go to Megan.
Luck the last couple maiden races. As far as the 2-year-olds, the pre-race luck, I got to catch up with Mark pre-race. But with Roadshow, you've talked about his greenness and immaturity, but it's really nice to see him be able to overcome that and win despite.
Yeah, you know, he's still learning, but we'll see. He was stayed on his wrong lead the entire way, but he'll learn.
Champion Nitrogen exits a valiant performance in the Grade 1 Whitney. Talk me through the emotions of seeing her perform in that way and what's next for her.
Yeah, it was very emotional because there are kids, and I felt like, maybe I'd fired her at too high a target, but I was extremely proud of her. And I think she gained more respect after running second. She's good. Right now we're flirting with the idea of maybe the Locust Grove or the Spinster, probably leaning towards the Locust Grove for timing reasons. But the Breeders' Cup is our goal.
The new Belmont Park is attracting many as far as the New York bred program and the opportunities announced. The sale right across the street. Talk to me about the future for your operation of running horses in New York.
Yeah, so for the first time in 25 or 30 years, we're going to run in New York year-round. I'm going to have 40 here this winter, and it's exciting. It's so nice to see, the new Belmont coming up. I'm very excited. I think it's going to help everything. We're over now. We bought a New York bred in the select sale. We're going to buy more New York breds here, and then we have the deal where now the Canadians and the in New York, they're going to commingle some and run, and we'll be part of that as well. So I think there's a lot of great things on the horizon, and I'm anxious to get to Belmont.
We're excited to have you. Thank you for the insight and for the plans for the future.
Thank you.
A prosperous and exciting time ahead as we open the new Belmont Park, and it's getting closer and closer, Greg.
And that commingling Mark Cassidy's talking about, which is everyone's very excited about here in New York, that Empire Trillium Series with that synthetic racetrack we're going to have at the new Belmont Park, and that's going to get a lot of those Canadian horses coming across the border. Very excited to see who shows up, and I would expect Mark Cassidy, because of that, going to have a large presence.
$3.2 million in earnings. Yeah, you're going to get a lot of the synthetic horses that you get over one by. The main track there is synthetic, and Belmont with the new synthetic, we're going to get a lot of those horses, especially during the wintertime when you get some full fields, and the horse is going to be running for a lot of money. There's going to be some really good fields.
Yeah, especially, as you mentioned, with the artificial surface during the winter. It's a natural for those horses that are coming from Woodbine.
Well, we look forward to it. Opening day of the new reimagined Belmont Park, September 18th, and talk about opening with a bang. Jockey Club Gold Cup, Forever Young, reigning Breeders' Cup Classic winner, Horse of the Year Sovereignty. It's going to be sensational, September the 18th. Fourth race here at Saratoga, starts at pick 4. It's a mile out of the Wilson chute. New York bred first level allowance race, and Lady Rose. Tom, where you have to start here?
Yeah, I think so. So with a horse like Lady Rose, you know, she comes off maybe not her best effort, but the one before that was so impressive, Paul. You got to think that her speed, or excuse me, coming from middle distance, she'll do well.
You know, when I look at this filly, I kind of think, okay, she lost at 71 cents on the dollar. She won at 43 cents on the dollar. Those are the kind of horses I want to beat. But then I look at the rest of these horses, and I just keep coming back to her.
She found the right spot?
Yeah, I think so.
All right, more on this one coming up. 18 minutes to post. The hot hand to start off the day. The man who's been the hot hand all meet long. 53 wins and counting, Jose Ortiz. He'll be on board Minaret Station, who was closing fast in the Bowling Green. Can he do it a step or two better in the Christophe Clement turf? He'll have a big shot as well in the Galway. Stay with us. Big start to this Saturday for that man.
16-2, a big black colt. He's a horse that is built for speed. With Practical Joke, it really is a case of like father, like son.
It's domestic product kicking clear and opening up here in the stretch.
When he ran that speed figure of 106, we were under no illusions that we had a very exciting prospect on our hands.
Domestic product just in front, domestic product.
When you see horses like that who are capable of replicating the success of their fathers, that have the look that domestic product does, it gives you great confidence.
This is where it all begins.
These are the recruits for next year. They're going to be part of our roster, part of our team.
The pavilion, it was jam-packed. It has remained jam-packed.
Phenomenal feeling in the pavilion, on the grounds, in the back ring.
You have a chance to make 5, 10, 100x.
Big sale with a lot of quantity, but they're going to sell over 4,000 horses here.
We had quality racehorses today, I believe, that will go on and we'll be reading about in years to come.
Keeneland sale. You got to be here.
Some places stay with you and make you want to relive every moment. These are the places you want to get lost in. The ones that feed your curiosity, blow your mind, and tempt fate. Places that make you keep coming back. Because every time you're there, anything feels possible.
The joy of traveling well is feeling at home, yet a million miles away from home. Discovering new flavors, or savoring the ones you already love. Not knowing what lies beyond the horizon, but knowing what matters most to you. This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
For the first time ever on Fox Sports, Del Mar's Pacific Classic on America's Day at the Races. Join the team live from the Seaside Oval. The Pacific Classic, a win and you're in challenge for the Breeders' Cup Classic. Saturday, August 22nd. Coverage begins 7 Eastern.
And then comes Making My Move, who's in behind and in third.
followed by Have a Good Day towards the rail, and Breeze Easy out in the middle of the course as they come down for the 8th pole now. Have a Good Day is looking to squeeze through down at the rail. Empress Tigress and Delmona continue to battle on. And on the far outside, Poppy Flower is kicking in. Poppy Flower with the momentum to win the Galway Stakes from off the pace.
It's a 2022 edition of the Galway, and Jose Ortiz for Bill Mott on Poppy Flower, winning at 4-1 and from well off the pace as you just saw. This year's edition, Jose will have an opportunity on one of two in the race for Joe Sharp. He'll be on Oscar's Encore, who has a little bit different style of doing it. It's going to be forwardly placed today, or comeback effort, giving hope. Ran a very good one forward, Tom.
Yeah, she's undefeated on the turf at this distance, 5.5 furlong distance. Also undefeated at Saratoga on the turf. That means something. Turf courses can be a lot different from track to track. This horse loves to sprint at Saratoga on the grass.
A lot of speed to the inside, Gerard's Cross. But we'll go to Cadenza for Brad Cox, the most experienced horse besides, I guess, Mythical in the race. Greg, you know, I thought the effort two back wasn't that good, and I thought the effort last time wasn't that bad. And, you know, Brad was interviewed yesterday, said, listen, there's no side fares, so we got a better chance. I can understand that. This is an okay effort.
Oh, I thought the finish was quite good here for Cadenza. And I think we get enough, and of course, that's a further distance that we're looking at right here. We're going to be shortening up a whole 1/8 of a mile in the Galway, but there's enough speed in this race to set up for a horse like Cadenza to make a nice close.
So we'll see. Yeah, it was up against the incredibly tough side fare last time out in Grade 3 competition. Manny Franco will have this mount for Brad Cox with Cadenza in here. There's some new, though, on the rise runners in here. Obviously, next door, Mauna Loa is going to take a ton of attention based off that just off-the-charts synthetic win. Mauna Loa for Mark Cassidy and Flavien Pratwell right there. It had two prior turf starts, one at first asking on grass, but the synthetic start was just a huge jump forward. Is just a filly that's improving, or did the surface switch make the difference?
Well, I think she's improving, and she's so fast from the gate, Paul. Yeah. Literally, if you blink your eyes, she's 3 in front out of the gate, and she just controls everything. Wasn't even asked for her best down the lane, and wins very, very easily.
I thought this was a difficult race. You make a good point. I thought Triskelion is a horse. A lot of these horses have decent 2-year-old form. So their 3-year-old form, they could jump up and be anything. And then Mythical getting on the turf for the first time. She's only 7 for 11 lifetime. So it's an interesting race. And, you know, a lot of these 3-year-old fillies can go each way. And especially with a little maybe give in the ground, too. It's going to make for a nice event.
Look forward to that. That follows the Christophe Clement Turf, our main event today, that Grade 1 in Race 9, Galway's Race 10, 5:44 Eastern, part of our Fox Saratoga Saturday coverage. As we get back to Race 4 here, and this 4th race on the card, out of the Wilson Chute once again. New York bred first level allowance race where the 3-2 favorite is this one here, Lady Rose, Linda Rice, Jose Lezcano. Let's go to Megan.
And we'll talk about those Linda Rice runners in here, Greg. We'll start with the number 2, Lady Rose, who likely taking the most money in this spot, as she will get to the route game off of some sprint races. And I was able to see her last time out, and she is a more smaller, petite frame of a filly, a little bit more unassuming, very laid back and professional. As last time out, she ran in a race that was pretty much wired on the front end by the Queen's Cat, a long shot that day. And, you know, there wasn't necessarily a strong bias, but the inside speed did do well. As I mentioned, that wire-to-wire winner on the lead, and Lady Rose was 2 to 3 wide early. She was kind of hustled up around the turn and lost momentum. I like the distance, but at the same time, looking at her, I have my question marks, and it's pretty interesting. Jose Lezcano looking for that win here, of the first win of the meet, and you also have to kind of ask yourself, has she taken that step forward from 2 to 3? Well, I haven't seen her as a 2-year-old. I'm not quite sure physically I can say that about her. And judging through her races, really want to see that step forward. I'm just not sure if that comes routing. She'll have to answer that question today at a shorter price. I do have interest in the number 5, Top of the Table, where She was entered for $12,500 and a weaker field than this, even though this field's not entirely that strong for the level. And she's very robust, strong. I do prefer her when it comes to looking at horses trying to get this mile distance, and I do like that about her. And she does have that early speed, which she will be put into a good position, being able to be tactically met. She was very strong, very robust, as they are kind of working with the number 2, Lady Rose. She's kind of a bit sharp here in the paddock at the finishing touches as far as getting her tack on. But I like what I saw from the number 5 top of the table, and I'm encouraged that she does land in a tougher spot, albeit against her stablemate. Greg?
Megan, thank you. Post parade when we come back. We're going to take a timeout. Approaching the 9-minute mark to post for the 4th on this Saturday card from Saratoga Springs here on our Fox Sports 1 coverage.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
Kenny, congratulations. You had Admiralty, Keeneland sales grad win up here at Saratoga for you. Talk about that horse a little bit.
Wow, saw him at Keeneland in the Paramount consignment, and this horse had muscles in his eyeballs. I mean, it was a really, really nice looking horse. And I told my clients, I said, look, this is a horse we need to leave here with. And you get a lot of that at that Keeneland sale. It's a lot of work. There's a lot of horses to see, but we love the challenge of it.
You've had a lot of success at that sale. Curlin, I'd say, was a successful buy.
Yeah. You know, I don't know how many stakes winners we've bought out of there, but it's a long list. Swiss Cadaver also came out of there for $35,000, and you know, it's one of those. There's a lot of depth to it. There's a lot of choices. It's unique in the sense that you have a minimal amount of time to get all the work done, but I think you know, we buzz through them pretty good. We look at every horse every day. It's Dominic Brennan and I have for 30 plus years, and it's a big challenge.
Coach Pope the horse, Coach Pope the coach, who's going to have a better year this year?
I don't know. Coach Pope, the horse, is a very good horse. We're really excited. Actually, he's right down here. We're close to him right now. But that horse is very good. But I'm pulling for Coach Pope, the coach. I think he's a great guy. I've gotten to know him a little bit over the last several years. And of course, I'm a UK fan through and through. My wife went to U of L, but U of L is going to be good too. Yeah, it'll be fun.
You spent a lot of time in New Orleans. Favorite restaurant, favorite order?
Doris, the ribeye, with the bone for the dog. Even if I don't eat all the steak, the dog gets the leftovers. So yeah.
July 2nd in Lexington is Kenny McPeak Day. My birthday's July 1st, so we do like a joint celebration.
I don't think they extended it beyond that 1 year. I think I got 1 year. Actually, I asked him, is it possible that I could get that DUI expunged from back in the 80s?
Congratulations.
All right.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 1 coverage, Saratoga Live, and here's our post parade for race 4 out of the Wilson Chute at a mile. And we start with Honest Reason, who could steal this on the front end.
Well, this horse is definitely going to go from the gate. She has speed, and is a ship in from the Finger Lakes area if you take away that last start on the turf.
Linda Rice, Jose Lescano, they'll team up with the 8-5 favorite Lady Rose.
This is the horse that projects to probably lay right off Honest Reason in the one to beat, currently at 3-2.
Ricardo Santana Jr. on the 3 Last Glory.
There's a number of horses in this race that are coming off disappointing turf efforts, and it muddies up their form a little bit, but this horse's best race puts the horse right there.
Full pour after 2 tries on the lawn, gets back to dirt.
The one win was over a muddy racetrack at the 1-turn mile at Aqueducts. Kind of going to get the same kind of setup today.
Stablemate to the favorite. Here's top of the table with Kendrick Carmouche.
Yeah, I think this is one that might give the one some trouble on the front end. Another horse I think wants to show speed here.
Very interesting runner here, getting back to dirt, fed up with the Fed.
Yeah, 2 runs on the dirt in March of 25, a layup, and then a couple turf starts. And like you said, the Philly by Central Banker, a player in here.
That's way too big a price on the 7. There's some things to like about this one.
Yeah, look, I mean, this horse, by the way, were you watching this horse in the track? First time front wraps, something to take note of.
Take a look at this crowd on hand. With our main event still to come, still 2 stakes on the card. Grade 1 Christophe Clement Turf. The Galway sprinting on the lawn at 5.5 furlongs. Even money now, Paul, on Lady Rose.
Yeah, listen, the problem is I think she's even money just because of the other runners in here. She projects this kind of trip that she had when she won at Aqueduct. She probably puts herself in the winner's circle. There's just a lot of, like Tom said, a lot of horses coming off muddied up or bad turf races, and they're going back to a surface that you're hoping they run better. Where if Lady Rose kind of runs this same race, she's going to be hard to beat.
She gets the right setup here. She came from last early as a battle on the front end, and her finish is good, but I don't think she's invincible in this spot.
3 minutes to post. Here in the 4th, and standing by with a special guest and former rider. Let's go to Megan.
That's right, Greg. I'm pleased to be joined by Robert Montano, who is not only a former jockey, but a dancer and an actor. He just finished up a play in Small, of which it kind of originated from your roots in racing. Talk me through how it went and the reception of that play.
Oh my God, yeah, we had a great run at the Signature Theater off Broadway. And it was so well received. People that have never been to the racetrack, and after seeing the show, they said, I have to go, because they love the pageantry of it all and the storytelling and the backstory of what goes on. It was everything I wanted to accomplish. This is my homage to the racetrack, and that's why I wrote Small. I wrote it also for all the underdogs in the world, because honestly, I mean, that's what it's about. It's basically Rocky, but on the racetrack, and waking up every day and having a goal and trying to accomplish that. And if it doesn't happen, you wait for the next thing.
Do you have a pick in the Grade 1 Christophe Clement Turf today?
Oh yeah, I love stories, so I'm gonna go with Tony Port.
I love it. Got to root for Team Clement later today, and a sentimental victory that would be, Greg.
We talk about how athletic these riders are. If you want to talk about an athletic feat, I saw Small, one-man show. It was incredible, the effort and how much he has to put into this, and to pull that off night after night. You got to be in shape. Incredible story about him wanting to be a jockey, his dream, and having to pivot. If you get a chance, it's a must-see.
Good stuff. That's awesome. As you can see, maybe a future jockey there taking in the scenes here at Saratoga.
He's saying no, I want to be a trainer. That's what he was saying.
You like this horse a little bit, Tom, full pour?
I do. I look, everybody likes a full pour, but in the case of this horse, you take away those 2 races on the turf last time, and you're looking at a dirt form that's very, very acceptable here, and 5-1 is a price I can accept.
Yeah, price here, Junior Alvarado for Mark Hennig. Meanwhile, here's a 3, Last Glory. What'd you like with this one, Paul?
Well, I'm just looking for somebody that can make up a little bit of ground late. Is the 2 going to be hard to beat here? Yes, I do think so, but I kind of look back at Last Glory's races. It seems like she's a 5-year-old mare. She's got 4 wins, the elder of this group. It just seems like she has a little bit of grit late, and I'm looking for somebody with a little bit of a price. It's just hard for me to take Lady Rose at 6-5, but like I said, I keep coming back to her now at even money.
Could the other Linda Rice spring the upset? That's the 5, top of the table. Let's go back to Megan.
Yeah, and you're likely rewarded with the price with the number 5, but I also was able to catch up with her owner, Anthony of Red Storm Stable, who is involved as far as, spotting his horses, entering them. And as I mentioned, she was entered in a race for $12,500 and lands here. He said the other race was at Finger Lakes. He wanted to give her the opportunity here, and I can see why. Up there at a price, she hopefully will be able to be aggressively handled by Kendrick Carmouche, because that's the key. When you have a long shot, loose speed horse, potentially on the inside, getting that forward position from the Wilson chute will be to her greatest asset. As far as the number 6, Fed Up with the Fed, we see Flavian Pratt taking them out, always encouraging. This horse has been run on the turf in the last 2 tries, but did have a nice run on the dirt back in 2025. I like her getting back out to the route game on the dirt. She does so for the very first time. She's a real bigger, substantive filly. We'll see if she can hopefully translate that form in this one, as she will be coming from off the pace more than likely, Greg.
Thank you, Megan. I think we've been saying it wrong, by the way, as well. Lady Likely Rosé. The dam was White Sangria.
Well, tell them to put a Enye over the 7, okay?
6-5 favorite. There she is. Jose Lezcano for Linda Rice, CJ Stables. And the one to beat here in this 4th race to kick off a pick 4. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramati, the call.
Last couple going in. Full pour loading. Top of the table takes up her spot. Fed Up with the Fed. And Grace Reformed will complete the lineup. And they're off. And it's a quick start for Honest Reason. Fed Up with the Fed comes away in 2nd, and Lady Rose gets a perfect spot along the inside, 4 off the pace in 3rd. Top of the table is next, followed by Grace Reform, joined by Last Glory on the inside, 4 lengths clear of Full Pour. The opening quarter mile for Honest Reason went in 24 seconds flat. They head toward the half-mile pole, and she's in front 3/4 of a length. Fed Up with the Fed in 2nd. Last Glory in the black and green colors making headway along the inside, and they're followed by Lady Rose in between horses, 4th, but only 3 lengths off the lead. Top of the table is next. Then comes Grace Reformed on the outside of Full Pour. Around the turn, 48 flat for the half mile. Honest Reason still there. Fed Up with the Fed, trying to get closer now in 2nd. 2 more to Lady Rose in 3rd, getting a cue from Jose Lezcano and picking it up right away. Another 3 lengths back to Last Glory down at the rail. Full Pour trying to rally from behind. White Blinkers extreme outside there at the top of the stretch. And Lady Rose is roused to the front. Going by Fed Up with the Fed with 1 furlong to go. 4 lengths back, Full Pour, Last Glory. It will be Lady Rose, perfectly handled for a runaway victory. Lady Rose wins by 4 expanding lengths. Fed Up with the Fed, Full Pour, and Last Glory.
And let's raise our glass and a toast to the connections. Linda Rice, her 2nd win of the afternoon. too good a rider right there, Jose Lezcano. He's had a tough meet. He got DQ'd out of a race he probably should not have been much earlier in the meet. He's a very talented journeyman. He gets his first win in the Saratoga Summer.
Yeah, and he rode this horse perfectly. And you heard our announcer, Frank Miramati, complimenting him on him. That's him on the outside there with the blaze, the white blaze and the yellow silks. And he's riding, communicating to his horse to finish on up, using the crop sparingly, hands pushing down. This is how a good rider finishes. Jose Lezcano is that guy. Look for him to start to heat up now that he's got that first one.
Yeah, I'm with you. 264 here. I'll tell you what, long pour, probably second best here. Take nothing away from the 6, but a bad break will take you back to the break. There is Jose Lezcano. He's got to be happy. He'll eat some dirt. We'll go back to the break. Take a look at the 4 long pour. Just not a, ooh.
Stumbles
badly, yeah. Ran well to be third.
Yeah.
A full pour. Sorry, long pour. I'm thinking Lady Rosé, full pour. You got me thinking about alcohol.
Same idea. 2-6-4-3. And yeah, honest reasons we thought ran off and tried to steal this thing on the front end, but Lady Rose always in contention, Tom.
Yeah,
Rosé.
No. Here we go again. Yeah, no, indeed. And looks really good finishing. And again, so does Jose Lezcano on her back.
Yeah, that was just well done. You know, it's just kind of one of those races where you looked and it seemed like you kept coming back to her and she was going to be the horse to beat. And who's the horse that kind of ran second in here? The horse that was going back on dirt. And I thought Flavian put the 6 right in the right spot. Just Lady Rosé just went right by her.
2-6-4-3. Daughter of Upstart for CJ Stables. Linda Rice and Jose Lezcano team up here, and 18 wins now at the meet for Linda Rice. Everyone, these trainers who are trailing, and it's a long way, up at the top to Chad Brown. He's got 24 wins at the meet, but Linda Rice, and there she is, staying somewhat within striking distance, and you would think one who would have the ammunition to try and keep things close to the end of the meet.
Listen, Linda's got ammunition. If it rains here, she's tough because she's got the ammunition. She places her horse in the right spot, a lot of main track onlys. But if it runs on turf and sprint races, she's tough there too. So I think a lot of her younger horses have been a lot better this year, but she's right in the mix. And plus, she's like 60% in the money too.
She plays the weather game so well.
Yes, she does.
She enters a lot of horses to the turf, and when they come off the grass, she finds herself favored if the weather turns wrong in those dirt races.
Yeah.
It's time for selections for the big one, guys. Christophe Clement Turf later today, grade 1, 5:06 Eastern time. Tom, we'll start with you, and where are you going to wind up?
I'm going to wind up right on the rail with Ancient Egypt. This import from France running in top competition, the only 3-year-old in the race. But this is a horse that has tactical speed, and showing that tactical speed behind Old Crazy Bones, to me, is exactly where you'll find this one horse. Be the first to pounce on the speed and then get him home.
Paulie?
I'm going to go with Old Crazy Bone. And the reason why is a couple different reasons. I think he got a giant scratch with Fort George being out of the race. He's the only really pace in this race. And I'm going to go to something else. I know that that Flying P Stable wants to win this meet, but they also won a $2 million race with this same horse last year at Kentucky Downs, and they're passing to run today. I think they get a big scratch, and they take the field gate to wire.
I'm going to go in a little bit different direction, taking a horse out of that same race as well. I do think Agent Egypt's not going to be far off. Old Crazy Bone is going to put some heat on that horse. There's some concern. They wanted a firm turf course for that horse, and we'll see maybe by the time we get to that race it will be firm. 3-year-old taking over. I like Minaret Station. I just love the way he was closing and making up ground late with some extra ground. Could be a totally different story this afternoon, and everything Jose Ortiz is writing, he is making the right moves, so I trust in him.
And all of our hearts will be with Tawnyport.
Oh, no doubt.
No question.
No doubt.
How many tears will be falling here if Miguel Clement can win this race, in a race named after his late father here with Tawnyport. And there's some races to make you believe that it can happen in the past performances.
And I think the other part about it is with a little bit of the rain, it gives a little bit of more unknown. You don't know if there's a little cut in the ground. That usually favors the Europeans, but you never know.
We look forward to it. 5:06 Eastern start time. Grade 1, Christophe Clement to come later today. Let's give you prices for the run we just showed you. Lady Rosé, $4.24 for the win. Wins at even money.
Looked good doing it. Got the right pace up front. She just positioned well this time around. Came around, and she was not only the best, she was much the best, Paul.
Yeah, she really was. She just looked like it on paper. Jose Lezcano with his first win in the meet, well deserved. I think he's going to get many more. And the Fasig-Tipton winner circle will have Lady D Rose taking her picture.
Fasig-Tipton winner circle lead and brought to you by the New York Bred Yearling Sale, August 16th and 17th at Saratoga Springs. Where will you be? Lady Rose, picture time here. Fed up with the Fed full pour, complete the trifecta. As the one everyone backed here, in public anyway, wins pretty easily and makes that even money look like the smart money.
Yeah, that's a double from the last race. $3.83. That's one of the lower doubles you'll see.
Race 5. We start another mandatory pay. Pick 5 comes off the turf, now at a mile distance, originally scheduled for a mile and a 16th. So New York bred entry-level allowance will now go out of the Wilson chute in this spot. And moving to the dirt, it's Britain. Would you agree, Tom? Obviously the one to beat here for Miguel Clement.
I do. I think Britain is the horse to beat with the race switch. A horse that has speed, on pedigree, looks like was entered for more for the dirt than for the grass.
There's 3 horses in here that have never been on dirt. And you kind of still looking like, can you beat Britain or not? So this is a kind of a weird race. It looks like Tongue Twister, who's never been on the dirt, is getting played. The lone horse that has another win in here is the 4, and that horse is 50 to 1 on the line.
9 to 5 on Tongue Twister, who has no real dirt pedigree. We'll see if this one stays at that number. Right now, co-favorite. We'll be back with more on this 5th when we come back from a short timeout. Look at the 1863 Club, one of the best views in the entire sport anywhere in the country. Great crowd on hand on this Saturday afternoon from the summer place to be here at Saratoga Springs.
For 100 years, we've built tools to work in nature with legendary performance and quality to master every challenge. Tools for people like you who work like a pro with heart and soul. Built for nature, trusted since 1926. Steel.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Spandarella turns it into a procession.
Yet another grade 1 for this magnificent daughter of Caraconte. Roja waved goodbye right out of the gate to win the Intercontinental.
And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring.
$300,000, Emma, thank you.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
At Saratoga Racecourse, the history runs beyond the racetrack itself. Behind the grandstand lies the backyard. It's a shaded area filled with picnic tables. It's been a fan favorite for generations. Early morning, the ritual begins. When the gates open, fans rush inside, not for seats in the clubhouse or the grandstand, but for one of these 700 picnic tables throughout the backyard. Tablecloth, a blanket, even a chair thrown on top is enough to claim it for the day. Shortly after the gates open for the races, the backyard is buzzing. Tables are ready for the action ahead. They're filled with families, friends, and celebrations galore. Now, as post time approaches, fans make the short walk to the paddock to see the athletes prepare for their chance at history. The gates open, the backyard comes alive, and cheers move through these hallowed grounds. The backyard isn't just where people watch races, it's where they build memories. At Saratoga, the backyard is more than tradition. It's home.
Welcome to Saratoga! One of the special things about this historic racetrack, that backyard and the picnic tables amongst the trees, such a serene setting, and you got to line up early to get one of those tables. They go fast.
Everyone should experience an afternoon in the backyard here at Saratoga. BYOB, BYOF, you bring your own food and whatever else you
And
might want to have.
BYOW, bring your own winners too.
Yeah.
Plenty of portals out there to make your wagers too as well.
But it's a party. It's a big block party in the backyard, and everyone understands racing. So, you know, you're getting to see quality racing with a group of people you don't know, but you will get to know them during the course of the day. And if it's an introduction for racing you're looking for, this is the place.
And these Saturdays too, and we heard it, Paul, in some of these 2-year-old races, the roar of the crowd, the
great,
energy you feel here, it's like nowhere else.
No, it really is.
They know the game.
Because a lot of them like to go right around the rail too, and you're about 1 to 5 to find at least 2 or 3 wedding parties too as well.
That's true.
Yeah.
Popular place to come, the summer place to be here at Saratoga. Obviously 2 stakes races still ahead, our only 2 races remaining on the turf, that Christophe Clement turf. Looking forward to that part of our Fox Saratoga Saturday coverage. That kicks off at 3 Eastern, and then that Galway looks like it is, depending on how you feel about that Marcassi runner, if you think that one can run that synthetic race on turf, that race is already over. If not, it seems like it's wide open.
We had the horse from Woodbine, didn't run well yesterday, got dueled. There was a lot of rain, a lot of different stuff going on. But I think the Galway's wide open.
I'm with you. I think it's wide open as well, despite how quick that horse is, and she is quick.
That's Mauna Loa. Yeah, we're talking about it was sensational on synthetic last time out. Our coverage continues on Fox Sports 2. Up next on FS1, it's IndyCar Racing, Indy at Markham qualifying. We'll see you over on Fox Sports 2 with race 5. Just 18 minutes away as our coverage continues here on this Saturday from Saratoga Springs.
And they're off at Saratoga.
Welcome to the weekend at the premier meet in the country with a marathon on the lawn. Today's feature, the late Christophe Clement, who we lost way too soon, inducted into the Hall of Fame earlier this month. Today, the feature bears his name in a race he won 5 times. Can his son Miguel possibly upset the field and take the first edition? If he does, there won't be a dry eye at the track. He'll send out Tawny Port, who in last scene won a 2-mile event to book a ticket to the Melbourne Cup. Old Crazy Bone, he just went gate to wire in the Bowling Green. Can he do it again on the front end and go back-to-back at the meet in graded stakes competition? That and more ahead on our Saturday coverage as we kick things off here on Fox Sports 2 on a gorgeous Saturday from Saratoga Springs, New York. We're up to race 5, approaching the 15-minute mark to post. I'm Greg Wolf, good to be with you. And it will be a special moment. It was announced last year with the untimely passing of one of the greats. Christophe Clement passed away in May of last year, that the Sword Dancer would be renamed in his honor. The Sword Dancer, a race that he won 5 times in his career. This will be the first running in his name. The Christophe Clement turf and his son Miguel, a chance to win it with Tawny Port. That is still to come. That's race 9 on the card, and that's part of our Fox Saratoga Saturday coverage that kicks off at 3 Eastern time. 1.5 miles over the inner turf. Tawny Port, 8-1 morning line for Christophe's son Miguel. He's the biggest price on the board, though. It is a wide-open edition of this race. With me, one of the winningest trainers in the history of the sport, Tom Amoss, four-time Major League All-Star, Paul LaDuca. So many good storylines. You have to start, though, with the Euros that are coming in to invade here.
Yeah, I think you do that, Paul, because we're talking about a marathon-style race as far as thoroughbred horses go. We're going 1.5 miles. That is a lot of distance for a thoroughbred. And here in the United States, we have horses that end up doing that. But in Europe, they breed for this distance, so they have the advantage.
Yeah, we've already had, 3 European horses already win at this meeting. They've kind of won in a different style, kind of gate to wire. We'll see what happens, although the American horse is going to be the horse to catch in here with Old Crazy Bone, especially with the scratch of the 5-horse in there, or Fort George the 4, that was actually going to press them around the racetrack, pressed them last time. We'll see what happens. Maybe Ancient Egypt, that will help Ancient Egypt from the rail.
Well, let's talk Tawny Port. And if Miguel Clements could somehow win this race in a race named after his late father, who was just inducted in the Hall of Fame, what a moment that would be. Where do you think he sits in terms of his ability to do this against this field, now a 7-year-old?
Well, you're going to watch his last race, which is a very, very good one. He's going to have a winning effort. But this race at 2 miles. They'll probably never run that distance again here in the United States. At least he won't, but this year. But he runs very, very well here. But this is a stamina test. The race today is a stamina and it's also a class test. So Tawny Port needs to get back to something he used to do.
He was behind Old Crazy Bone in the turf cut at Kentucky Downs. That's kind of a European configuration. He was a second behind the nose at 1.5 miles. He's been close, Greg, but he's 0 for 10 at this distance.
Well, meanwhile, the one everyone's probably going to have to try and run down on the front end, Old Crazy Bone, he went gate to wire. In the Grade 2 Bowling Green, Flavia Pratt sort of stopped riding the final stages of this race and was just able to hang on. Minaret Station, who winds up third, fast closing third, will come back as well.
Yeah, he set the tone in this race. He was on the lead by himself and got into a very comfortable zone. He got challenged at the top of the lane, maybe even got past a little bit, Paul. That just goes to show you how Old Crazy Bone is a fighter. Comes back in the end and wins this one.
You're going to see late in this race how Flavia Pratt kind of misjudged the wire. He still won't admit it, but we'll let him get away with it. But Flavian got the job done. But Old Crazy Bone, you watch that replay and you think, okay, Fort George was on his back for the whole race. Who's going to take Fort George's replacement? Or is Old Crazy Bone just going to be clear? 14 for 21 in the exact, a pretty honest horse.
Well, it could be this horse, who has been prominent in most of his races. Ancient Egypt, European Invader, 3-year-old taking on Elders. He's tackled some of the best company of that 3-year-old division over in France.
Doesn't he get a great trip? I mean, he's going to be on the rail. He's going to break. He is very tactical speed-wise. European horses like to be covered up, meaning they like to have a horse in front of them, makes them drop the bridle and relax. He's got Old Crazy Bones who's going to go to the front, and I think he's going to sit right behind him in second and pounce when he's ready.
Yeah, and if you look at his European form, he's got a really good race over synthetic, and if you see what it says GF on there, ground firm, so he probably is coming here thinking you're going to get a firmer ground. Even with the rain, the ground is probably firmer here than it is over there.
He just missed against Maltese Cross. Maltese Cross, that Group 1 winner at the start. Before that, he was the runner-up in the Epsom Derby, one of the most prestigious races there is in Europe. Here's what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. Race 5 coming up next. Start of a mandatory payout, pick 5. Christophe Clement Turf. Later on our main event, Grade 1 on the lawn at 1.5 miles, and then the Galway in race 10. 3-year-old fillies at 5.5 furlongs sprinting on the turf. Races 9 and 10, the only 2 races that do stay on the lawn, we've been told as well. Track we started out good has been upgraded to fast. As we get set for race 5, 12 minutes away. You can play all the action right there at Naira Bets. Get that $200 deposit match, new customer bonus with that code at sign up, spot 200. Punch that in, you're good to go. And bet on over 300 tracks around the world at nairabets.com. So let's set up this fifth here for those just joining us on our FS2 coverage. Meant for the turf. This race comes off main track now at 1 mile out of the Wilson Chute for New York Reds in this entry-level allowance race. And the 9-5 favorite, Tongue Twister, one who was meant for grass. Has the public caught on? I'm not sure. Let's bring in Megan Burgess.
Thank you, Greg. As you mentioned, the track has been upgraded to fast. This race will be contested at the mile from the Wilson Chute, of course, originally scheduled for the turf, which does make things a little bit different as far as the number 3 Boomington. Here for George Weaver, who does really well with these horses that are perhaps originated on the turf, leaving them on the dirt when it does come off. This horse is by sire Maxfield, who's honestly much better overall, 20% in those dirt routes. The dam's 1 win came on the dirt, and the second dam was grade 3 placed on the dirt routing, so has that pedigree support. Looking at her though, definitely looks like a horse that would do well on the grass, kind of that angular frame behind. She's very fit, but she's very kind of that slighter, more refined frame to her, but I don't find she's going to perhaps negate getting to the dirt for the first time. I do like the fact she has the pedigree support. She's sent out for such a shrewd trainer, and you're getting a remarkably fair price for her, as many drawing to the favoritism of the number 5 Britain, a $1.05 million purchase for Ammo Racing. They picked this filly up at OBS March back in 2025, and she looks fantastic. She's kind of interesting. She's not the strongest across her top line, but she is a strong individual overall, carrying good flesh, carrying good weight, muscle mass, and condition. As of course, that dirt win does draw the public in. That came in November of 2025, I should say, where she was bet down to favoritism that day. She actually faced a decent field with 2 next out winners and never saw the dirt again, or excuse me, never seen the turf yet. So she does stay on the surface she's been campaigned on. She just hasn't done any running as of late, as the dam was a stakes winner on dirt. Her sire Quality Road, of course, a little bit stronger on the dirt versus the turf. And I like what I see from her, from the favorite. I don't have any issues, just due in part to the fact that you are taking a short price on a horse that does need to get back to form we haven't seen in quite some time. Greg?
We talk a lot about, Paul, races when they come off the turf getting misbet. It would seem, looking at the board, that is what is happening here. The 2, hard to believe that the 2 is taking this kind of money. And is that the presence of Jose Ortiz being aboard?
100%. I mean, we have a large crowd. And we got a lot of newbies that are coming in, and they're going to follow jockeys. And listen, I'm not going to tell them they're wrong because the way Jose Ortiz is going, but you have a 5-year-old mare that's never been on the dirt. You would think that one time that Carlos David, Tom Morley, or Kerry, who has this horse, Kerry Bryant, okay, one of the races probably got rained off, but this is going to be the first time they're going to try it. But when you got a hot jockey, you get played.
This race being totally, this horse has no dirt pedigree, Tom.
The no dirt pedigree, and you can look at the siblings to see where this horse's family has done on the dirt. 56 tries by siblings of our 2 horse, Tongue Twister, and only 2 wins. But if you're going to play the Jose Ortiz angle, for the most part, it's worked over the last 2 weeks.
I don't care if Jose Ortiz, his brother, Pratt, we're all put into one person and put on this horse. The horse does not have dirt pedigree.
No, it's true. And you don't want to take the 9 to 5, right?
And how about this? In this entire field, only 1 horse has actually won a dirt race, and that's Britain, the 5 horse. Now, the 4 horse got put up from second to first, but crossing the wire in front on the dirt, only Britain, the 5 horse, has done it.
Boomington, though, the 3, has pedigree for the dirt. Would you agree?
I agree there. The problem with Boomington is she's a turtle out of the gate. So it's, for me, a horse that can close probably better suits a grass horse than making up all that ground first time getting on dirt.
And even Miami Style has more dirt pedigree than the horse who's favored right now, 8-1 on the 7.
Yeah, I would agree with that too.
Wow.
I thought the 1, 3 efforts, but at least they tried the dirt. I thought that was a horse that could sneak in there.
So 7 minutes away here from this 5th. It'll start a mandatory pay, pick 5. And look, we closed out our card last night with a race, Tom, that came off the turf. You were on as well, right,
yeah.
Paul? And the public completely misplayed the race. The horse who was meant for the dirt, the best dirt horse in the race, wound up going off at 5-1. Everyone missed it, and that horse won.
Well, not everyone missed it. But it was one of those races where the whole complexion of the race changed. And look, there's only 2 scratches in this race with a race that came off the grass. It just goes to show you that nobody thinks anything stands out in here. Come to think of it, with only 1 horse ever winning on the dirt, maybe it's time to take a shot.
You get a lot of these races at Saratoga because the problem is the owners here, they get in Saratoga, they want to run. They don't want to scratch, so you get a lot of vulnerable turf horses trying the dirt.
Here is Bertrill, Charlie Baker barn, now 5-year-old mare.
Yeah, they took the blinkers off this horse 2 back. I think you've seen some improvement in this horse's performance from that.
So here's the favorite, first time on dirt, Tongue Twister.
Yeah, it's going to be really, we'll see, wait and see here for Zilla Racing Stable, see if Jose's really got the magic.
Boomington gets dirt for the first time for George Weaver.
I thought this was a talented horse on the turf. What we see in the dirt might be something different.
Diptyque did run second on dirt, but it was a very, very slow race at Finger Lakes.
Yeah, that was a maiden $5,000 with Heeman Harkey aboard. This is a way bigger jump.
Here's Britain.
Britain is the only horse in this field that has won on the dirt. He's getting co-favoritism at 2-1 right now.
And first on dirt as well for Miami Style with Luis Saez.
Miami Style, 1 race back off a layoff since April, and a horse that's kind of cold on the board.
9-1, yeah, taking not a lot of attention despite the surface switch as we look at Diptyque at 11-1 here. Second start of this 4-year-old filly's career. Did run second. That was a sprint at 5.5 at Finger Lakes, but it was a maiden 5,000 claiming race, and it was an incredibly slow time.
Got put up through disqualification in that race, Paul. That's 4 bandages on the on Diptyque. That's the first time she's worn front wraps.
43-1 when breaking, or actually getting out of the claiming non-2 level. This horse is way in deep.
So Britain originally purchased for over $1 million. There were high expectations with his pedigree. Won second time out and beat one by the name of Interstate Love Song, who wound up becoming multiple stakes placed in the Ruthless and the Busher. Second off a short layoff here. Obviously has not panned out what they thought this horse could be, Tom.
No, and look, I mean, it comes to the territory. These horses are being bought as either 2-year-olds that have sprinted an 1/8 of a mile to saddle on their back, which is nothing close to what a real race is. So you're buying it off family, and you're buying it off conformation and athleticism at that short distance. Can they carry it further? This one hasn't worked out yet.
Yeah, the 5 we're talking about, Britain. But here's Boomington. Paul, what'd you like with Boomington?
I'm just looking for somebody outside the 5. The 5 is going to be tough to beat here, but the odds are kind of not saying that, right? Because you look, and the 5 I thought should be about 6-5 in here. I'm worried that the 3 doesn't have a ton of speed, but I'm looking at a pedigree that does suggest dirt, and the works in the morning are not that bad, so doesn't run into the toughest field. I like that she's a 3-year-old. She gets 5 pounds of weight, that she's a 3-year-old, since she's got a little upside.
Yeah, if you're going just by talent and the races the horses have run, no matter what surf it is, the 3, Boomington, has really showed the most.
3 minutes to post in a race that kicks off a mandatory pay pick 5. Switching surfaces, moved off the turf. Main track now to the Wilson Chute. Let's check in with Megan Burgess.
And of the horses in the paddock, I thought the 1 and the 5 were the standouts physically. And as far as the number 1, Bertrill, who'll be sent out for the Shrewd barn of Charlie Baker, who does leave this filly in on the main track. She's such a strong, substantive sort. She looks fantastic, very round, robust type. A daughter of Vina Rosso, who typically does have progeny do better on the dirt. So I love what I'm seeing from her. The key, which is why I almost picked her, I probably will bet on this horse, just all things considered, the 1 and the 5 are the horses for me. She's getting an aggressive rider and a rider switch to Ricardo Santana Jr. from the inside, from the Wilson Chute. What does that all spell for me? She's hopefully going to be forwardly placed and does have the natural speed to do so through some of those turf and synthetic races. I'm hoping that she will be in that position to hopefully be able to either wire this field or be close to it. As she's had some very strong races on the grass, I think she's very well met up there at 3-1. The number 2 Tongue Twister is getting bet, and just when speaking with the connections, this wasn't plan A for this horse as far as the main track is concerned, and it does leave this horse on the main track, a daughter of Stormy, and I just wonder, looking at her, she just reads all turf to me. I'm gonna kind of wait and see approach, but I do like the fact that she does have that early speed. Will she be running on the right surface, though? The jury's out. I find she's going to be better fit to be on the green stuff in the future. The number 5, Britain, is a horse that I've spoke to about in the paddock. She's getting a nice warm-up under Flavien Prat. She's kept with the pony. Again, you're trying to handicap the speed puzzle of this race, which is imperative when you're having horses break from the Wilson Chute. It's actually of the utmost importance. And through her races earlier on in her career, she was able to kind of get that forward prominent position. Today, she's going to need to, if she's going to have a chance to run down even a horse like the Inside 2 that could get the jump on her in the early beginning. Greg?
All right, Megan, thank you. Sun has popped back out.
Best,
and the crowd enjoying sensational Saturday here. Nothing like a big day of racing at this racetrack in the summer.
And the best seat in the house is always on your father's shoulders.
100%.
It's always has been, right? And you look at the two in here, tongue twister. You know, I'm not Megan talking about pace is key, because we do have a lot of horses in here trying the dirt for the first time. What don't they like? Kickback. So if you're on one of these turf horses, are you trying to send here, Tom?
I don't know. Even if you try to take a horse out of its game, because on resume, none of these horses really look like they have the kind of speed that the 5 has, Britain has. Doesn't Britain just control the race from start to finish with Flavien Prat aboard?
What about the 4? If that horse breaks, does that horse show the token speed? Or is it even fast enough?
I think it's a matter of class at that point, isn't it?
Yeah, true.
You know, and so this horse has been running in lower class races. Oftentimes when they step up, they can't show the same speed.
And for some reason, look, the 2 can win. Anything can happen in this game. But to be this price is a little hard to endorse.
Well, it is drifting up. I mean, you know, we're looking at
even at 3 to 1 though.
Yeah,
don't you think?
I'm with you on that. I really am. But now Britain is getting to a price where you're wondering maybe we should go elsewhere. But really, this filly looks best on paper and looks to have the right style to control everything.
You know, tongue twister. If she was like a 3-year-old and she's 5. So like she'd been running, you know, as a 4-year-old and as a 3-year-old. You know, a couple of those races have been rained off and they never, you know, Tom, I wanted to ask you this. I know she's never run on the dirt, but do you kind of know in the morning?
With some, you definitely do. With some, it's just a matter of they don't like to hear their feet rattle. That's a term we use a lot with horses on the dirt. They like to hear their feet rattle. The dirt is harder, and others just enjoy the softer part of the turf. And you can actually see it in training in the morning with the good turf horses that the dirt is not the same for them.
Main event still to come. And a mandatory pay pick 5. This crowd excited for what's ahead on a gorgeous Saturday here in upstate New York. 6-5 favorite. Britain may look around this field and they break from the gate early and go, wow, I'm in against a bunch of horses who probably are better suited to a different kind of course here.
Yeah, and I would think Flavien Prat is probably thinking, if I get out of the gate good, I'm just going to maybe have the best horse here and just going to be forward and try to seize the race early.
Britain, the 6-5 favorite. Miguel Clement, of course, will have Tawny Port later today in the Christophe Clement turf, named after his late father. Flavien Prat rides the 5. Here's the 6-5 choice. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramati with the call.
Is next. Walking forward. Here's the favorite, Britain in the purple. And Miami Style is the last one to load. She goes up and in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Bertrill bounced out right on top, showing sharp early speed. Britain immediately engages right up alongside, and so it's Britain in front. Miami Style is just off them 3rd with 2 lengths to make up. It's then a gap of about 4 lengths to the next flight. Boomington, Diptyque, and Tongue Twister trails. They move on to the backstretch, and Britain will set her own pace, and she's doing it very well. Ears up in the air, Britain in control. Leads it by 1.5 lengths to Miami Style as they head toward the half-mile pole. Bertrill is down at the rail in 3rd, and then it's Diptyque in 4th, 4 off the pace. Boomington is just inside of that rival, and Tongue Twister continues at the back. It's Britain. Mild pressure from Miami Style. They have passed the half-mile through a half in 48 2/5 seconds, and Britain takes them to the 3/8 pole, leading over Miami Style. Bertrill is 4 lengths back in 3rd. It's another 4 back to Boomington. Diptyque, Tongue Twister still last, gets a nudge, starts to pick it up a touch, but these two have been in control throughout. Britain and Miami Style is pressing the issue. These two are joined by Bertrill with a wide bid at the top of the stretch. Bertrill within 2 of these embattled leaders. On the inside, Britain fights off that early bid and constant one from Miami Style, but Bertrill is coming to gather them up. And it's Bertrill under Ricardo Santana Jr. taking the lead and starting to pull away. Bertrill will score by 2.5 lengths. Britain was 2nd, Miami Style 3rd, then Boomington.
Bertrill, trained by Charlie Baker, Ricardo Santana Jr., and wins for the first time in her 4th try on a dirt track.
Yeah, and I mean, Bertrill got a great setup from our favorite Britain, as well as a horse that's being pressed the entire way. You can see them turning for home. Britain, the favorite on the inside. Bertrill's been laying off this hot pace. Going to get called upon on the outside here, and is going to be able to pick up the pieces here after those two battled just all the way around the racetrack.
Yeah, Miami style just really stuck it to Britain all the way around the racetrack, and just the 5 couldn't put him away, or actually kind of put him away, but too late for Bertrill to come on the outside. So your second choice gets the job done. If you're looking back at the 2, we'll take you back to that in the beginning, but Tongue Twister really didn't even get a chance to run on dirt. She kind of lost her chance at the start.
She did. She stumbled out of the gate, was last down the backside, but you can even tell by her action down the backside that she was much more of a horse that really didn't like the dirt. We'll see that in just a second here when we cue it up. But and here we go right here. So pay attention to the 2 horse down on the rail, and you'll see a pretty big stumble. There it is. And going to end up being last.
Tom, look, I mean, you said during the run of the race, too, I mean, total turf action, right?
Yes, the action of that horse showed total turf to me.
1-5-7-3, Bertrill with a modest upset here at a race that comes off the grass to start off a mandatory pay pick 5.
The horse with the lowest head carriage, right? Everybody else was kind of gasping for air. You can even tell the 3 in there, Bloomington, like she wants the turf, and there is Charlie Baker, one of the most underrated trainers here on the NYRA circuit.
Terrific trainer who does more with less than so many. A lot of wins at Finger Lakes. Has done great job kind of taking older claimer horses and giving them second chances and great careers. Joking, one of them, who he turned into a graded stakes winner. 3-1 here, Bertrill. In the 5th, we'll bring you the prices when we come back. The main event still ahead. Christophe Clement Turf, renamed for the late Hall of Famer, just inducted a few weeks ago across the street. We'll give out our selections when we come back.
Whether it's competing on racing's biggest stages or in the sales ring, there's only one name to remember. Legion Bloodstock.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Gainesway. Power, passion, performance. Race 5 in the books. To start off a mandatory pay pick 5, it's Ricardo Santana Jr. for Charlie Baker, and a 5-year-old mare by Vino Rosso with the win on a race moved off the turf.
Yeah, you know, we talked about Charlie Baker, but what about Ricardo Santana? There's a jockey that's doing the most of the opportunities got in this meet. He's had a very, very good meet with limited opportunities.
He really has, and him and Charlie Baker make a good team. They're about almost 30% together, and Bertrill, mare by Vino Rosso, probably the most dirt meant horse in here. Have the Broken Vow mare, Silly Sister, starts off the mandatory pick 5 that started in race 5.
Let's go to Megan.
And my first time meeting Charlie Baker, and nice to do so in the winner's circle. Charlie Bertrill, you left her on the dirt, and it certainly paid off. She loved every bit of that.
Yeah, definitely. She works good on it, so I see why not. And the rest are just like her. They were all turf horses, so I figure we'd take a shot here.
She looked fantastic. She definitely looked like a horse that was going to be forward. Were you happy with Ricardo's aggression? And what point did you find he kind of made the winning move off the pace?
Well, he told me he was going to go, and I said same way. I'm thinking the same thing. You got to get off the rail. You got to come out the rail so you don't get shuffled back, I guess, on this one-turn mile. So you got to come out running. And he did the right thing. Got out, got good position, came off, and circle around, which was a great move. Ricky's riding as good as anyone right now. He's really riding great. I mean, he's been doing it all spring, so he's just continuing what he's been doing all year.
He almost said Richie, guys, so almost Richie Meg, who I know would have loved to be out there, but congratulations, Charlie. Lovely meeting you.
Thank you, and thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks.
And Mitch Levitas, our director, he says he loves you too. I promise. Greg?
Not a household name, but Paul, as you said, terrific trainer that those know very well, follow this sport closely.
Yeah, and I like this as a matter of fact. She's been working good on the main track, so he decided to leave her in, and Mitch Levitas always we call him 2 cents Mitch.
Strutting her stuff, going back to the test barn. She knows she won.
So Bertrill, mild upset here to start this mandatory pay pick 5, our ABR race of the week. Still to come. Grade 1, Christophe Clement Turf, formerly known as the Sword Dancer. It's a race the late Christophe Clement won 5 times, more than any other trainer in his Hall of Fame career. This is who will line up. Among those, his son Miguel. Tawny Port just punched the golden ticket to the Melbourne Cup with a win in that Belmont Gold Cup. I'll start with you, Tom. Where are you going to wind up?
I'm going to wind up right on the rail with Ancient Egypt. I think this is a horse that has a big chance in here, and I think he's going to be the most tactical against the speed horse, Old Crazy Bones.
I'm going to go with Old Crazy Bone. I mean, we'll take a look at Ancient Egypt. I just think with the scratch of the 5, at the end of the day, that was a horse that kind of laid on Old Crazy Bone for George. But maybe this is the horse that kind of lays right off. But I just think Old Crazy Bone, like I said a little bit earlier, I just think he's the lone speed in this race. And the other part about this is, there's a $2 million race that he won last year in Kentucky. They run it again this year. He's passing that up to run today, and I think he's just in really good form, and I think he gets an extra bonus by the scratch of Fort George.
All right, so you two winding up there. I'm going to wind up with Minaret Station coming out of that race. He was closing and making up all that ground late on the speedster. Old Crazy Bone in here, hoping Ancient Egypt can keep a little pressure on that pace setter in the spot, but he looked really good with extra ground. Might be a different story today.
We're going to reunite after that race later in the evening and see who's right.
Yeah,
is that right?
We're like couscous. So good they named us twice. Or
yeah,
they
we'll
scheduled
be back
us
on
twice. Sorry. Yeah.
Later today, 6 Eastern time when the Fox Saratoga Saturday show concludes. Data's coming up next, so switch over to Big Fox for the Christophe Clement Turf and the Galway. Building some intriguing 2-year-old races as well. But going to be a very fun Saturday afternoon. That is coming up next. Ancient Egypt, Tawny Port, Old Crazy Bone, the Bowling Green winner. 3rd place finisher, Minaret Station. Program trading, too. No one mentioning that one for Chad Brown and Klarovich. Pratt will ride, coming off a big win at a mile and 3/8 in a grade 2 over at Monmouth. One who may be forgotten a little bit. And then the 5-year-old mare, Servi, who just won the Glens Falls, tackling the boys as well. What a race to come. Jose Ortiz leading the way at the meet. 2 wins already on today's card, 53 and counting. Minaret Station, the one he will be aboard, fast closing 3rd in the Bowling Green. Ancient Egypt 3-year-old taking on elders. Miguel Clement trying to win a race named after his late father. He'll send out Tawny Port in the Christophe Clement Turf. The main event on this Saturday afternoon coming up next on Fox.
Perennial leading New York sire Central Banker, sire of a $325,000 2-year-old colt in 2026, and the leading New York sire of stakes horses again, including Hot Currency.
Hot Currency up by 5 widening lengths, approaching that final furlong. No catching a geared down, dominant winner of the 4-star Crook. Give it to Hot Currency.
Central Banker, standing for $7,500 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
It's just super exciting. This is a real immersive experience.
It's the respect from the outside that they get, but along with the way that you feel when you're part of it.
High-class horses, really big races. We want you to be behind the velvet rope.
The bar that they set is different than everybody else, and it needs to raise everybody together.
Your job is to show up and have fun. We'll take care of the rest.
In the racing game, there's always a dark horse. This is Proxy. Not just a dark horse. He's a tall, dark, and handsome horse. 2 wins at 2.
Here comes Proxy!
2 turns after that. Big days,
Proxy!
bright lights.
All class, Proxy!
His first yearlings are selling now. Move over to the dark side.
Get with the New York Bred program that supports farms across the state and puts more babies on the ground. The program that lets your New York Bred race against other New York Breds on the same tracks where Man O' War won the Travers and Secretariat completed the Triple Crown in the Belmont Stakes, but at a beautiful new facility offering the new Empire Trillium Series. Get with a program that respects thoroughbreds from the foaling farm to the starting gate to the second career.
welcome to Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2 as we get ready for the late double on this Saturday card from Saratoga Springs at the premier meet in the country. Round 2 for this crew. Started off the day with you back around 12:30 Eastern time. We're going to finish with you as well. Greg Wolf, one of the winningest trainers in the history of the sport. Tom Amos, four-time Major League All-Star. Paul LaDuca. We got 2 left to come, and of course we'll look back at what happened in the Christophe Clement turf and the Galway. It was a mare taking it to the boys with a devastating turn of foot.
It was. I mean, the pace was kind of slow. She laid way back, made a big run around all the horses, and showed woman power. She's the one.
Yeah, and the Galway, too. We saw 2 ladies actually fly through the stretch. But here's the stretch run of the Christophe Clement. They did not go fast on the front end, and Survey kind of ran like her hair was on fire late. She's going to swing all the way to the outside, and she kind of cuts the corner. She goes, no, I'm going to go even farther out, and she ran them all down.
Yeah, Manny Franco aboard on this one, and, you know, it was a great job of saving ground on the turn to save for this late run. You know, by going around the turn where she did, Paul, and then angling out at the end, it's the difference between winning and losing a lot of times, but she was just dominant. She's telling the boys, see ya.
Gotta love it, right?
Oh, yeah.
The handler of this horse had been traveling with this horse all over the world. She's been on this horse in the morning, got tossed in a morning workout. I think Survey was trying to tell her, I'm feeling good, and Manny Franco was feeling good at the wire.
You're not lying. She's logged a lot of traveler miles, but the plan always, too, was to run in the Glens Falls and then run in this race, too. It lost about a week's time as well. It's supposed to be 3 weeks in between, only got about 2 weeks. Beat the fillies and mares back in that Glens Falls back on August 2nd. Now wins against males. What a summer she is having, and what a trip it turned out to be. Very profitable coming here to Saratoga.
She ain't coming home anytime soon. That was a win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup turf. We're talking about a $5 million race, all fees paid. She earned it today.
Yeah, she did. I mean, like, she just ran down the way. It's pretty crazy, right? They run 1.5 miles, and they just kind of jog around, and she just out-sprinted them all when it came to the real run. And maybe it was kind of a European run race, but still, she was dead last in a paceless race, and she ran them all down.
Yeah, we knew that. You look, the 3-year-old as well didn't break that well out of the gate. Ancient Egypt. That's a horse who had designs on going to the Breeders' Cup turf. Obviously, it's going to need a better showing before going.
Yeah, you know, he got a little hot before the race. I don't know. Maybe it's the climate change between, you know, Europe and coming here. But he just didn't seem to really run his race. He got a little sandwich at the beginning of the race out the gate. But after that, found himself in a different position than what he's used to. Never really fired.
Got to be excited going to the Breeders' Cup. She's won 2 different races here, 2 different styles. You could say 2 different track conditions, because maybe the track last time was a little bit faster than it was today. She likes it here in America.
Free roll for $5 million. What do you think?
Well, here's what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. We have the final 2 on the card. And real quick, we have the King's Plate coming up. Canada's version of the Kentucky Derby. I mean, would it be, and I have not heard from connections, obviously filly and mare turf, and you want to see who's going to show up in the Breeders' Cup turf. If it's the best of Europe, would she consider going against her own division?
So it is an international race. It'll be held in Lexington this year at Keeneland Racetrack. And, yeah, you're going to get the best of the best from all over the world. So there's a decision to be made there, but it's still pretty lucrative.
I think the main decision is, obviously, she likes to run. She ran back-to-back races in a short period of time. I think the thing would be, where do we run her next to get her ready for the Breeders' Cup
good point.
mare turf?
Play the final couple on this Saturday card from Saratoga with the official betting app of the Spa. Promo code to get that $200 deposit match bonus. Spa 200 right there at NyraBets.com. Play with us all summer long and beyond. Big one coming up, first leg of the Canadian Triple Crown. The King's Plate, 1.25 million purse for 3-year-olds. It is a filly who is overwhelmingly the one to beat for Josie Carroll when we come back.
The dog days of summer are here. Corgi races have returned to the Spa.
And they're off. Sam is out quickly, and he is flying on the outside. Here's the finish.
Saratoga's 2nd annual Corgi Cup. Join us tomorrow, 1 Eastern on FS1.
This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
Back with you on our Saturday coverage on Fox Sports 2 here on Saratoga Live. It's brought to you where you can play it all at Nara Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Final two on this card. We'll start out of the Wilson chute at a mile. Starter allowance for New York Breds and calling card. Manny Franco, Linda Rice. Manny Franco looking for his third win on the day. Linda Rice Barn looking for her fourth winner on the day. Let's go to Megan Burgess.
Hi, Greg. Nice to see you all. And we'll start with the inside runner. That's Dinner Royale for trainer Amelia Green, who does stretch out in distance to the route game for the first time. And I do find that this mile, likely the ceiling for this horse, is a shorter coupled sort. And as far as how the inside has played on the dirt course today, earlier on the card, you kind of wanted to be off of the rail. It seemed as if those horses along the inside were kind of losing it a bit down the lane. And then we saw QB Rocket come with a ferocious run. Now, that might have been because he's a $1.9 million 2-year-old and he was incredibly impressive, but still kind of monitoring as far as that rail is concerned overall today, as Dinner Royale does have some speed from the inside, which is imperative when you are breaking from this Wilson chute. I like what I saw from him last time out. You could argue on July the 18th that those horses that had that speed did have the advantage, and he was a part of a pace that came undone a bit. The race was dominated by closers. He was hustled for speed, he dueled, and he did outrun the other speed in that race that was favored. He didn't run badly whatsoever the first time against winners around this level. I like him back on the fast track. I do think that he does have quite a shot in here up there at a pretty honest price. It's 6-1 as a part of one of the main players, with Jamie Rodriguez actually announcing that he's going to be moving his tack back to Maryland, as we've really loved having him here in New York. The number 2 calling card, as Linda Rice builds on what's already been a tremendous day. This horse is coming off of a 7-length romp, first off of the claim for Linda, where he certainly is the absolute picture of a horse that wants to go one turn just right here at this mile distance as you go through his form lines, and that's where he's been kept. This is the right group for him. He's shown he's able to have that rateability, being able to sit behind horses, and should get that perfect kind of trip with Manny Franco also having a tour de force day. But last time out on June the 27th, he showed good speed, kind of angled out 2 to 3 wide off the backside and took control with down the turn, just dominant that day. He's very stout, very strong. Linda's had him in the barn for a little while now, and you can certainly see he's doing incredibly well with that good flesh and condition, but one that I find could have the tactical advantage here. But as far as Linda, first off of the claim in Saratoga and these dirt routes the past 5 years, she's just 5 for 16. She's 16%, so not bad, but a negative $2 ROI up there at a short price. So just something to take note of. These horses are obviously bet, as they should be from a shrewd barn, but isn't exactly churning them out at the route game. Greg?
All right, Megan, thank you. Calling card, what a day it has been for trainer Linda Rice. This will be her 4th on the card. Calling card in terrific form, and Linda Rice said, thank you very much, I'll take you out of this one.
Sent from the gate in this start, and down on the rail actually, moved outside of the other pace setter, got to the outside, just draws up. She's going to ease up at the finish here, Paul.
Yeah, his last 3 races, been a different racer. You go back and look at his races last year. I get it was against tougher competition. This horse played way back in the race and would make one run. He's obviously been a little bit more aggressive. The drop-in classes have helped, but I think last time they gave him a little bit of a confidence boost, right, for the claiming 30,000, and that was in the Michael Maker barn. And now Linda picks up this horse and now owns him, and I wonder if they're going to be ultra aggressive again. It seems like it's been paying off.
167th running of the $1 million King's Plate, named after the ruling monarch. Mile and a quarter, first leg of this Canadian Triple Crown, and Luster, it's a filly, who is the heavy favorite against the boys, and deservedly so. Back-to-back wins. Won the Group 3 Celine, and then the Woodbine Oaks coming into this one both very easily. There she is.
And there she is. She's won 4 of her 5 starts this year. Never been off the board, and our favorite.
Fire and Wine would need a huge reversal of form.
Yeah, Wire to field last year was a better 2-year-old. Really hasn't progressed as a 3-year-old.
Kevin Attard Barn and Baid Alina had a maiden score and then struggled in the plate trial.
Struggled in the plate trial, 1 for 3 lifetime. This horse would be a big surprise.
I'm your medicine man. Big number. Second beat a length in a plate trial, July 19th.
Got a little better last time out when change of tactics and launching it from way back by the sire Shaman Ghost, who was a plate winner.
Dixie Laws had 2 tries against the heavy favorite Luster. It did not go well last start.
No, it didn't. Now, this is the other filly in the race, Dixie Law, but a horse that looks to be on the improve. If you don't like 3 to 5 on the favorite, maybe 11 to 1 on this 5 horse.
Dawn EK, very wide trip in the plate trial last start.
Yeah, Emma Jane Wilson will be aboard. This is the other horse for Josie Carroll, who also obviously has the favorite in Luster.
Magical Factor, this one a maiden winner at Keeneland on the grass and 2 very good efforts on synthetic.
You like a long shot? I think Magical Factor, the 7, is your guy.
Back-to-back wins, including a plate trial victory for Highway to the Moon.
Yeah, actually a speedy son of Ransom, the Moon, and is be able to carry his speed going 5.5, 7 furlongs. And last time in the plate trial, like you mentioned, in a 1 1/8.
Here's Bricchetto, winner of the Group 3 Marine last start.
He's won 2 of his last 3. Confidence is a big part of any thoroughbred racehorse, and this horse is coming in confident.
Still a maiden. Here is very special. This will be start number 4 with an equipment change.
Yeah, blinkers will go on. We did see a maiden run 3rd in the Kentucky Derby this year. We'll see what happens with very special in the King's Plate.
Talk about being thrown to the wolves off a debut maiden win on turf, Bond Market.
Yeah, well, here's the good news. Undefeated in 1 start, but this is deep water.
Mark Casse knows full well success in this race, won it 3 times prior. Military Time, blinkers on.
Yeah, we'll wear the Gary Barber silks in St. Elias stables. Like you said, the blinkers go on. Been favorite 4 out of his 6 starts. Got a lot of upside.
So 1 to 2 on Luster in here, Tom, and obviously she has been just in incredible form. 4 of her 5 starts, she's been victorious, including her last 2. What do you feel about her? Look, for everyone stretching out to 1 1/4, it's the first time today. What do you think about her doing it?
Well, she was so impressive last time, broke sharp and just won as she pleased, dominated the field with her class. She's a very, very classy filly. She's definitely the one to beat, but you got to play against that 1 to 2 price, don't you?
Yeah, maybe, right? You know, obviously the trainer, Josie Carroll, has won a Queen's Plate with Inglorious, a filly before, so she's been here. Highway to the Moon, the 8, a horse that broke the main at 5 furlongs. I think a lot of people didn't think he can go 1 1/8, and now he's going to try to go 1 1/4. I think tactically wise, he'll be right there in the mix and should get a good trip.
Yeah, Josie Carroll, trainer of the favorite Luster, first ever female trainer to win the King's Plates, won it 3 times, looking to add a 4th with the heavy odds-on favorite, but from an inside post position here for Luster with John Velasquez aboard. Robert Geller with the call, the 167th running of the first leg of the Canadian Triple Crown, the King's Plate, on our Fox Sports 2 coverage.
Market comes to the line. Still out is Donique, so we're really close to the start. Military Time, who's been kept away from the field all this time, is coming to the outside gate. It's the first leg of the Canadian Triple Crown. And Military Time completing the lineup. Stand by for a start. The field has gone in. They're all in, locked up. And they're off. And a terrific start, but for Bond Market. They almost began in a line otherwise, and getting out in front as they break in the King's Plate. Luster, Fire and Wine there, and driving forward. Very Special is prominent. Over in the center is Dixie Law and Magical Factor. Racing wide on the track going up is Military Time behind Highway to the Moon. And there in the top flight, a couple away is Baid Alina. I'm Your Medicine Man in the center, Bricchetto on the outside of them. A length and a half away is Donique, and at the tail of affairs is Bond Market. As they race out the stretch in the King's Plate, and it's Fire and Wine who breaks away in front. Fire and Wine by a length and a half to Very Special. On the outside, 3rd, Magical Factor. Luster is on the rail in 4th, settling about 2.5 off the leader. Just behind is the other filly, Dixie Law. As they head into the backstretch, Highway to the Moon is mid-pack. Then came Military Time, Baid Alina. I'm Your Medicine Man's over on the inside of Bricchetto, still wider on the track. And at the back at Donique, and last of all is Bond Market. And about 10 lengths covers the field, and it's Fire and Wine. Fire and Wine, the long shot, leads the King's Plate. Very Special second. Moving up is Magical Factor. And they've got away away by a length and a half to Luster, who's lying in fourth. Dixie Law right on the outside of Luster. A length away, Highway to the Moon and Military Time. And then came Baida Lina. Briquetto starting a run now. In behind them is I'm Your Medicine Man. Bond Market's finishing on pretty well. And last of all is Donique. And as they come down towards the 5/16th, still in front, Fire and Wine. Luster's coming now. Here she comes around the outside. And Luster going after this leader, Fire and Wine. Military Time swooping as well. They turn in the King's Plate. And it's Luster taken on by Military Time. Fire and Wine on the inside. And Luster's hit the front. Military Time coming after Luster. Luster by 2 lengths. Military Time in second. And there's plenty left. Oh, Luster's full of shine. She's got it won. Luster is going to streak away. And can we dare to dream? I'd love to see a Triple Crown winner. She's got the King's Plate by 7 or 8 lengths. Military Time second. Fire and Wine on the inside of Dixie Law. And back in the center was Donique. And the time is 22.01.
Fourth King's Plate victory for trainer Josie Carroll, member of the Canadian Hall of Fame. Luster, the filly, absolutely dominates here against the boys, Tom.
And with Johnny Velasquez aboard, breaking from the 1 hole, Johnny had a decision to make when they passed the wire the first time. They were going fairly quick. He was part of that pace. He took back off the lead, let her sit back there, swung out, got to the pace setters, and drew clear like a very, very good horse.
Great blur, 3-year-old filly by Nick Sko. 2 ticks off the track record in hand. And, you know, the Canadian Triple Crown, the next race will be on dirt. Then the next one is on turf. She's already conquered turf. Her sire, Nick Sko, was better on dirt. We could look at a phenomenon filly in Canada.
That was a big-time performance owned by Gainesway Stable and Andrew Rosen. Congratulations to these connections again for Josie Carroll, her 4th career win in the King's Plate. John Velasquez,
my goodness.
He had some, as you said, some decisions to make. She was in a tight spot early. It did not matter at all.
Now, this is a special filly you're looking at here, you guys. Just a horse that I wouldn't be surprised if we see that horse around here at some point. She's that kind.
Oof. That was something else. Back to Saratoga, race 11. Post time coming up. And we'll see if the huge day for Linda Rice can continue. Here's probably the main competition, and this one actually is the 8-5 favorite right now. Come full circle, Flavien Prat riding for Joe Sharp. What do you think, Paul?
Well, you know, filly by Slumber that, you know, obviously started her career on the turf, that did not work out. Now, they've tried a lot of different things to get her out of the gate. They've blinkers. Now, they took the blinkers off last time. It still kind of doesn't work, but she ran on, and it was a good effort. Now, it was over a sloppy racetrack. Now she's going to get a fast racetrack today. And she gets the mile distance. She's got to break from the gate a little bit better today.
3 consecutive in-the-money finishes. As you look at the wager AI suggested play, a daily double. 2-7 with 5-9. You look at the last 2 starts from Calling Card, Tom. Don't they seem to really stand out against this group?
They do. This is a horse with some speed from that 2-hole post position. And just that, watching that replay of that last race, very, very impressive. Calling Card, to me, is the one to beat here.
You know, blinkers finally went off. You know, they had blinkers for what? Like a 7-race experience. Then finally Lasix. The right recipe finally. Looks like the last 2 races are blinkers off, Lasix. And you got to like, you know, a little bit of confidence. Draws the 2-hole, just needs to break a little better. Probably can sit right behind the 1. You think the 1 controls the pace here, Greg?
Looks like it. Speed from that inside post.
I guess McDiesel, the 5, could show speed,
Yeah,
right?
I think the 5 could challenge too. But I mean, I think there's legit pace in here. So as far as how the race sets up,
speed with the 5, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, certainly so.
I don't think he should be 20-1.
Yeah.
3-2 favorite. It's the 7 come full circle. Flavien Prat looking for his 2nd winner on this Saturday card. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramati, the call.
Takahama coming up. Come full circle completes the line. Moving in. They're in the gate. Couple of fractious runners calming down. And they're off. Celtic Prince had a little bobble out of the gate. The lead belongs to McDiesel early on, taking control and opening up 2 lengths. Dinner Royale comes away in second, and they're followed by Come Full Circle, and Calling Card is close up, having to steady just a touch, backing off. Another 2 lengths back comes Big Brooklyn on the inside of Takahama. Takahama went by him, and Celtic Prince, not the best of beginnings, trails. The opening quarter in 24 and basically 3/5 of a second. It is Mick Diesel controlling the pace up top. Leads at 3 parts of a length. Come Full Circle is in second, head to the half-mile pole. And then it's Calling Card, kept in the clear third. Dinner Royale on the rail, 3 off the pace in fourth. 2 more back to Takahama, and then about 5 to Celtic Prince and Big Brooklyn. Around the far turn, half in 48 and 1. Mick Diesel with company. Calling Card on the outside. And in between, Come Full Circle. Dinner Royale and Takahama. And Calling Card coming to the quarter pole with a wide bid for the lead. Come Full Circle is trying to go with him. These two coming to the 8th pole. And Calling Card's connections are sizzling today. And therefore, he is going to pad the stats. Calling Card, this is number 4 for Linda Rice, number 3 for Manny Franco, and this is a trot to the wire. Calling Card blows them away. 9 lengths. Come Full Circle, Dinner Royale, Mick Diesel.
As you heard from Frank Miramonte, huge day for these connections. Linda Rice, her 4th win, she will have a chance for 5 in the nightcap to come. Calling Card much the best here, Tom.
Much the best. Manny Franco, his 3rd win in a row. And look, it looked like it was 2 races. Turned it for home. There were 3 horses involved, the 2, 5, and the 7. But Calling Card on the outside draws clear and makes this a 1-horse race with this win.
Yeah, you know, the 7 Come Full Circle, I thought broke probably on the button actually for him, because McDiesel coming out of those 1 1/8 races, got to the front end with Silvestri Gonzalez. Come Full Circle was able to kind of get towards him, but Calling Card was always kind of waiting, and you could see Manny Franco imploring again. And you know, we were talking about this. You could say a lot about Jose Ortiz, but man, this guy is having some kind of meet.
He's been one of the stories this summer, no question. Saratoga, the best season he's ever had. He's already eclipsed the most wins he's ever had in a summer. We got most of August still to go, a full week in September. That's his 40th winner of this summer season. It's
crazy.
It's amazing how consolidated the wins amongst the jockey colony have been and how spread out they've been amongst the trainer colony. Usually they go hand in hand, trainers and the riders they ride. If one does well, the other does well, but it's just been a very spread out trainer race.
He is alone in second now in the jockey standings. Manny Franco just passes Flavien Prat with that win.
Good stuff. I mean, you know, you're coming into this meet, if you're having a wager, you obviously take Jose, you take Irad, and you take Flavien. So him getting right into the exacta now, not a surprise, because he's kind of been knocking on that door, but with a lot of momentum, the 6-win day, and he just keeps on going.
And there is Linda Rice, number 20 this summer for Linda. 4-win day for her, and she's got a chance. We saw Todd Pletcher do that earlier this meet, have a 5-win day. She's got a chance for 5 coming up in the nightcap.
And that horse is going to be the favorite. It's the main track only. He's run twice on the turf. The Will Pays, at least double-wise, was to the 11 and last.
And that's Linda's specialty, you know, looking to run in any kind of race where she can have an advantage. She entered main track only in a turf race. It comes off the grass. She's got a big chance to get that 5th one.
We'll look back at the Galway, part of this big day for Manny Franco. Cadenza for Brad Cox. Stay with us. More to come on our Fox Sports 2 coverage.
Bright future indeed. Bright future, the son of Curlin to win by 4. Bright future, Proxy, here's the line. Photo finish, Bright future.
Bright future, look at that. Bright future, the class prevails.
Bright future, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, Play live money betting contests and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. Naira Bets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
And here's Tama in the final stages. The Santa Anita Derby goes to Tama. It's Tama, absolutely terrific, winning Malibu by 4 widening lengths.
What if you didn't just watch horse racing, but own the moment? With Bond Racing Stable, you can experience the thrill of ownership without the full cost or commitment. It's easy in a racing partnership with Bond Racing Stable. They do all the work while you get access to the backstretch, morning workouts, the paddock, and the winner's circle. Whether you're new to racing or a lifelong fan, Bond Racing Stable makes it easy to get in the game. Don't just bet on the race, get in the winner's circle. Contact Bond Racing Stable and ask about a racing partnership today.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live on this Christophe Clement Turf Day, or so the Linda Rice Day, as trainer Linda Rice joins me in the winner's circle. Win number 4. What a fantastic day. Calling Card just took the 11th, but dominant display there.
Yeah, he ran terrific today, and you know, he's looked like at one time they thought a lot of him. He was running in stakes races, so he must have showed a lot of promise as a younger horse, and you know, he ran very well the day we claimed him. This was a pretty good step up in company, but he ran great. Manny knows him. He rode him great.
You're so shrewd with your aggressive pivots when placing horses. When you do claim a horse that was so dominant, do you ever have what goes through your mind as far as their next start or trying to figure out where they truly belong the way this horse did?
Yeah, usually I need to train them a week or so and see if I think they can move forward or if they're a horse that is graduating through steps and really is not going to make the next step, well. So, you really have to see what they like in the next couple of weeks after you claim to make those decisions.
You have a horse the next race. Could be 5 wins on this day. A historic day with your MTO. How do you feel?
Well, 4-horse field, we're live.
That's right. Congratulations to you and Manny both. What an incredible Saturday it's been.
Thank you, Meg.
Greg?
What a day for Linda Rice. Of course, it was last year she broke the record that she had tied previously for most wins ever on this New York Racing Association circuit, 172 victories. We know how incredible of a trainer she is, and now a chance to have 5 wins on the card coming up in this nightcap with the main track only entrant. Calling Card returns $5.60 for the win. Tom, you had a 4-win day in your career. What's it like when you're going through this and you keep reeling off win after win?
Well, number one, the riders come into the paddock with a lot of confidence. they think they're on a Hercules every time they get on one. So it really helps. It really helps the confidence of the riders, and those kind of days. I never had one like that up here at Saratoga, and that makes it even harder. When you talk about top-notch racing up here at Saratoga, and you're getting 5 wins in a card, that's an amazing accomplishment.
Reduced field obviously coming up with this race, coming off the turf, Paul. Not your traditional main track only with this Linda Rice runner that will try and get her her 5th win on the day. A horse who's actually never been on dirt.
Yeah, and both her starts on the turf have been, the horse has kind of been dead last and has kind of made a big late run. Not what you want to see with a dirt horse coming in the last race, but who might have questioned Linda Rice? The horse is 1-2.
Part of that, the day she's having, and also who's aboard. Jose Ortiz is going to be aboard, so your price is getting destroyed on a couple of accounts there. We'll get to that race in a moment. Let's look back to the Galway 3-year-old fillies. 5.5 furlongs sprinting on the lawn, and Brad Cox, Manny Franco, and Cadenza from well off the pace for the win.
We're not giving this race justice. Cadenza in the yellow on the outside there gets left at the gate as last, is going to circle this entire field, lose all this ground, have to run so much further than everybody else, but she's that much better than everyone else in this race. Cadenza's going to cruise on home here.
Yeah, a lot of, you see thoroughbreds, they don't really run with their tails out. Maybe Arabians do, and she kind of has that weird tail movement, but you know what? It gives her kind of a little propeller feel down the lane. She was much the best in here, getting away from Cy-Fair, one of the best sprinters we have, and she was just dynamite on this day.
And as Brad Cox, her trainer, said, We don't have to deal with Cy-Fair today. Gets away from one of the best sprinters, period, in the country, and we see what she can do.
You like that tail?
Yeah, usually, usually tails that kink out like that, which is not normal for a thoroughbred, are signs that maybe their muscles back in the back end aren't that great, and that might be why she got left out of the gate, because that's when you use your muscles, your back end the most, is right out of standing start.
I love seeing my horse at the end of the race. You could see her physically fish-eyeing to see if anybody else is coming. As soon as she hit the wire, she put her ears up like, I want to do some more. What a fantastic win today.
We're about 20 minutes to post in this finale, and a little extra drama coming up to see if Linda Rice can get this 5th winner on the card. We'll get to more on the nightcap in a moment. We'll look ahead to tomorrow as well. Wesley Ward, another impressive turf sprinter, coming up in the Mahoney. Outfielder for WW. We'll have a preview of that one when we come back. Stay with us.
America's #1 sale for New York's finest yearlings. Recent top performers include Grade 1 winning grads Iron Orchard, Rhetorical, and Usha. Plus these 2025 New York bred champions. With an expansion of New York's purse parity program, there's never been a better time to own a New York bred. Fasig-Tipton New York bred yearlings, August 16th and 17th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching Saratoga Live on a gorgeous Saturday afternoon. It's brought to you in part by Mohegan Sun. All in for Mohegan. We have the nightcap still ahead. We're 17 minutes to post. Tomorrow's card, we got the 3-year-old boys' chance sprinting on the turf at 5.5 furlongs. The grade 3 Mahoney. And as we told you about going to break, Wesley Ward showing up with outfielder, even money, morning line favorite, and a multiple stakes winner, including in the William Walker at Churchill Downs on the grass.
Yeah, this was a good race by outfielder to just take it to him and get, I think it might have even been his first stakes win. It was indeed. Oh, no, the Animal Kingdom was. So his second stakes win. He's a very proficient sprinter on the grass. That's why he's a big favorite tomorrow. I think it'll be less than even money in that race.
Wesley had a shoot it true, came back, and it was absolutely brilliant. You know, this horse comes out of a race at Ascot. I think you could throw it out. Sometimes when they run even worse, I think it's even more of a throw out. So obviously the one to beat. Johnny V, fresh off his King's Plate win, will be right back to ride.
They're going to be very short. Even Monday morning line, Tom's probably right. Going to be odds on in this race for that barn. Learn to discover, meanwhile, for Brendan Walsh. Coming off a victory of the Grade 3 Quick Call here at Saratoga, July 19th. Intricate Spirit as well coming out of here was 5th in this one.
Well, learn to discover is back there for a reason. This horse didn't leave the gate well that day. He's going to come from dead last here and is going to get up at the very end, going 5.5 furlongs. Where else? Right here in his backyard, Saratoga.
Almost 24-1.
Yeah, I mean, like he's barely
Let's
in
not
the
forget
screen
that.
a little bit earlier, but he just kind of gets in the gear and just keeps on coming. Relentless
He
run.
looks hopeless, right?
Yeah, he looked hopeless. He wasn't even in the screen. Ends up winning the race pretty comfortably, actually.
So we'll see if he can back that up with another big performance on what was certainly a shocking outcome. The problem is, even with that kind of effort, as good as he ran that day, he's going to beat Outfielder. If Outfielder brings his best, Outfielder has a much better race, doesn't he?
Oh, he does indeed. And he's so much more tactical, even if that horse breaks well.
That is race 9, 6:06 Eastern time on the card tomorrow. You going to be with me for that one?
No, I'm early. I'm early tomorrow. I miss you.
Thanks, Paulie.
Yeah. Sorry to lose you guys.
Got my back. We still have the nightcap ahead. This one right here would be number 5 on the day for Linda Rice. We'll see if this one can bring it home. Maximum Heat at 3 to 5. Stay with us.
Monmouth Park summer season rolls on with live racing action every Friday to Sunday. Monmouth's 2026 season proudly features a low player friendly 15% takeout on all daily doubles and pick threes. Play our new $3 late pick three and $5 late double. First race 2 p.m. Fridays, 12:50 p.m. weekends. Get in on the action at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Located at the Oklahoma training track, the Whitney Viewing Stand provides a picturesque view of morning workouts. Modeled after the 1892 Judges Stand at Saratoga Racecourse, the Whitney Viewing Stand opened in 2013 to honor the racetrack's 150th anniversary and the Whitney family. The Whitneys have been intimately involved with the track for more than a century, and their contributions to the facility and community remain evident today. Mary Lou Whitney, considered by many to be the Grand Dame of Saratoga or Queen of Saratoga, was present for the stand's public debut. Mary Lou bred and raced 2003 Kentucky Oaks winner Birdtown. She's the only woman to have done so and was inducted into the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame as a pillar of the turf in 2019. The scenery from the Whitney Viewing Stand is a true testament to Mary Lou and her family's devotion to the sport's most iconic racetrack. So many great traditions And great spots here at the racetrack. That's certainly one of them, that Whitney viewing stand to catch the morning workouts at the Oklahoma training track. Tomorrow, it's a new tradition that began just last year. A lot of fun. The second annual Corgi Cup, the cutest show on dirt, making its reappearance here. And as we told you back when we opened up the show back around 12:30 Eastern time, the defending champ out with an injury, so now this is wide open. Sam will not participate this year.
You're looking at the original low riders right there, and they'll do some trash talking before they leave the gate.
It's going to be very interesting how it goes down. You can see all the contestants from last year. They'll get another team picture this year. I'm supposed to call my guy tonight. Everybody's got a guy.
Corgi Cup pins given out tomorrow as well. Going to be a fun Sunday afternoon at the track. Here we go. One more on this Saturday card. Meant for the grass. It comes off on the main track now to the Wilson Chute. And a chance for Linda Rice with the 11, the main track only entrant. Maximum Heat will make his first start on dirt, trying to deliver Linda Rice a 5-win day. She's done it twice before, including earlier this year. See if she can do it again. Let's go to Megan.
And we'll start with the number 5 lobbyist, and teasing with the trainer David Donk. I said, you left him in. Why'd you do that? He said, well, I'm not going to run any worse than 4th. And that's about as the reason I love David Donk more than anyone. He's such a fun guy. But as far as the number 5 lobbyist, he's been very sharp here in the paddock, has that big long frame, all the route game in the world that you would want, as he has been steadily campaigned routing on the grass. He is a big substantive solid sort by hard spun, and you know, he does have that turf pedigree on the bottom side. He's a half to a grade 2 place turf router in Barkin, but you know, the progeny of hard spun do just fine on the dirt, and I think this guy will handle it, especially considering he has been so sharp. I think this race, while he hasn't shown any early speed in his case on the turf, this race could be won by the aggression and who ultimately goes, as this race does lack real pace on paper. As far as the number 11 Maximum Heat, sentimentality exists for trainer Linda Rice, you know, looking for her 5th win on the card, and certainly could get it here with this son of Maxfield, who has much stronger numbers on the dirt, 20% in those dirt routes versus on the turf, and he does, albeit look a little turf meant. I have to admit, he's got a nice sized hoof on him, but the dam went on dirt. The pedigree is more dirt inclined. His dam was actually a black type winner, sprinting on the dirt, grade 3 place dirt sprinter, and of all the foals to race, they're all maidens. He's not the most athletic sort, you could say. He's a bit, I want to say not the best conformationally behind, but he's incredibly fit, very strong for a shrewd trainer who looks for a history-making day here at the spa. Greg?
All right, Megan, thank you. So all eyes on this one right here. Tom, what do you think ability to take to dirt for Maximum Heat for Linda Rice, trying to get her 5th winner on this card?
Doesn't show much speed out of the gate on the turf, now going to the dirt, and with a blinkers on, change of equipment. Usually when trainers are making equipment changes, they're searching, they're looking for an answer.
Paulie, obviously, with the day Linda Rice is having, with the rider aboard Jose Ortiz leading the way here, he's got 2 wins today, 53 for the meet. That's not helping your price at all.
No, it's not. I mean, but it's a 4-horse field, and even if you're looking at straight figures, you know, Maximum Heat has run the best numbers. Only 2 races they were on the turf. But, you know, Linda knows what she's doing when she enters these horses for main track only. I do think the 9 Mo Curls is the lonely pace in here, and could be tough, but then again, this horse has been beaten for 30 and for 35 before.
There's Ricardo Santana Jr. He'll be on DC Boys. Came back off a year's layoff on turf, but this horse has shown probably the most ability of anyone in the field on dirt.
Yeah, and by the way, Ricardo is one of those riders that's made the most of his opportunities. He's had a great meet as far as the talent he's been able to get on and made the most out of those chances.
And Loscano's on the 9. I think he's going to be the horse in front. He's looking for his 3rd on the day.
Yeah, great for him to get on the board, get a couple of victories. Our post parade brought to you by the New Belmont Park, which returns to racing September 18th. Go to newbelmont.com for more information. Here is Santana on DC Boys.
There's DC Boy right there. Hasn't been out since January at the fairgrounds, but he's making a big drop from Maiden Allowance Company to claim.
David Donk Barn with Lobbyist.
Yeah, this one with Kendrick Carmouche will be aboard. Not a bad effort when the lone dirt start was 3rd in a field of 8.
Some strong dirt form as well with Mo Curls. And again, yeah, Jose Lezcano looking for number 3 today.
And I think a big advantage in the fact that Mo Curls is going to set the pace here and make everybody play catch me if you can.
And the main track only entrant, but has never been on dirt. Linda Rice trying to get her 5th winner on this card today. Blinkers on, maximum heat.
3 to 5, and you look at all the numbers. Main special weight to maiden claiming 28%. First time blinkers 23%. Turf to dirt 22%. That's why you're looking at your favorite.
So 5 minutes away from this 12th here, again, a mile out of this Wilson chute. Move to the main track as we go back to DC boys in these hot pink silks flying pea stable. And this one, started out basically his entire career as a dirt horse. Tried the turf for the first time. Fairgrounds coming back off a year layoff sprinting, although they did try to get him on the turf, it looks like, in the second start of his career. But some very good dirt form, including against Ironman Ira, a couple of starts back, Baron of Sealand in a maiden special weight, and the horse who came back to win out of that race, but then went to the bench.
Went to the bench, and it really is difficult as horses get older in age to go to the bench and come back off these long layoffs and pick up where they left off. Different with a young horse, a 2-year-old, a 3-year-old, but we're looking at a horse coming off a layoff who's now 5 years old. It's almost like a middle-aged guy going to the gym and trying to, recreate the workout he did when he was in his 20s. You can't do it right off the bench like that very well.
Yeah, and this is a horse that Ricardo Santana is familiar with. Actually rode this horse almost 2 years to the date. It's August 15, 2026, 2 years right on the number.
What do you think about this board, though? I mean, obviously, the 11's a little bit of an X fact. We don't know what this horse is going to do on dirt.
I think the biggest surprise on the board is the 9-horse, Mo Curls, who is going to control the pace out of the gate in this race. And I think it gives him an advantage over what looks to me to be a race where most of these horses want to sit back and make a late run. He's going to be able to make the lead, conserve a lot of energy. He's going to have a lot of gas in that tank for the stretch run.
Yeah, I do think the 9, obviously the horse to catch, and currently your 3rd choice. DC Boys coming off that long layoff. Has the 1 race going 5.5 furlongs, been working okay in the morning. You get Ricardo Santana. I think that all equals to the next horse in line, at least early in this race.
These compact field toms, for some reason, so you wouldn't think that's the case. You'd think, and it can happen in a Kentucky Derby, sure, in a 20-horse field. But these compact fields, you can see traffic problems sometimes. Why is that?
Well, I think everybody is moving to get proper position and doesn't want to be too far back in a compact field, and so saving ground can be crucial, especially in this mile distance out of the chute. It just ends up being a jockey's race down the stretch, and that oftentimes can lead to trouble.
Jockey's race is key, right? Because 4-horse field, you can kind of look where a lot of your guys are at, and in a fuller field, you're kind of staying out of trouble and hope you get a good trip. In a 4-horse field, try to cut some corners here and make it a little bit difficult on your other opponents.
Well, we told you Linda Rice has done this before, in fact, a couple of times. April 4th, 2024, she had a 5-win day at Aqueduct, and the second time she did it, that was earlier this year, January 22nd of this year at Aqueduct as well, a 5-win afternoon. So trying to do it for the 3rd time in her career. Obviously, will be the first here at Saratoga. Doing that at this racetrack, that is rarefied air. We saw Todd Pletcher do it earlier in the meet. We'll see if Linda Rice can match that here with this one, who's the 3 to 5 favorite. Let's go back to Megan.
I landed on the number 3, DC Boys, for trainer Mike Maker, who is incredibly shrewd. This horse in for the tag for the very first time, and obviously taking that money as he should. And one that is coming off of a bit of a layoff. I shouldn't say a bit. We haven't seen him since January of this year. And from a fitness perspective, he is a bigger, stronger type of individual. Definitely like that he is stretching out off of the bench as they kind of cut him back to 5.5 on the turf. I definitely don't believe that that was his gig looking at him, but fit enough for the task. And Mike Maker, actually first time for the tag with those maidens here at Saratoga the past 5 years. He's just 13%, but 9 of 15 of those runners have come in the money. And as Greg alluded to, that January the 5th race all the way back in 2025 had that forward flow to it. I thought it was nice to see him be able to make up that ground coming from well off of it. The top 2 finishers both coming back to win their respective races, and I really liked him in here. I thought he was just kind of the more athletic, well-made individual when comparing him to the current 3 to 5 favorite. And I do like the fact that Ricardo Santana Jr. does take them out, as he's not shy to having horses showing aggression and being forwardly placed, albeit this horse hasn't been able to show it in the past, but Tom nailed it. This is going to be a jockey's race, especially in a smaller field, lacking speed. We also think, oh, there's no speed, so it's going to be a slower pace. Sometimes the jockeys all read the same thing, and there's multiple horses that try to get that early position, and it quickens things up. So a lot of the intangibles are what's likely going to lead you home to this race. But as far as the number 9, the longest shot, or second choice, or third choice, you should say, Mo Curls. This horse looked fantastic for Rudy Rodriguez. I almost picked him because it seems to me he has the inclination to be the most forwardly placed. You can see he's kind of sharp out there. Looked great in the flesh. Really liked what I saw from him. And I do believe that he has the most ability to be forwardly placed in a race where you probably would want to. Is working well, had a nice quick time back on August the 9th here at Saratoga. Never really switched off his left lead though, so we'll see if he can put it all together in here, Greg. This is kind of a fun one to end the day.
4-horse field, thank you, making it close things out, and 5 hanging in the balance for Linda Rice. Trying to do that, as we mentioned, for the 3rd time in her career with a 3-5 favorite, but one who's never been on this dirt surface. And we saw how far back Maximum Heat has been, Tom, as well. Blinkers go on. Just awfully short. Understanding who's aboard, understanding the day she's had. It's too short a price, isn't it?
It's too short a price. I think they're betting on a few things. The day she's had, the rider on her back, and Jose Ortiz. And, you know, it's look, there's a reason this horse has been running on the turf. I know, I get it. They entered her main track only, but, you know, there's a change of equipment going on there as well. Linda's trying to change something up to get a better result than what she's been getting. Change of surface, change of equipment. We all do it as trainers, but they're educated guesses, nothing more.
I do think the 3 is the best horse, dirt horse. It's just you're dealing with basically almost a 2-year layoff since on the dirt. If that Gray Gelding, it's going to be not hard to miss him. If he runs back to any of those races, I think he's going to be really tough.
And a wake-up call for that horse last time out. Had to go to Finger Lakes to do it, the 9, Mo Curls. It's the 11, though, Maximum Heat, trying to bring Linda Rice her 5th winner on this Saturday card. Let's go upstairs to Frank Miramati for the call.
And they're off. And it's a very even start. Mo Curls is going to the front. DC Boys along the inside has speed, and they're joined 3 wide by Maximum Heat, so those 3 will vie early. 7 lengths back to Lobbyist in 4th. They swing onto the backstretch, and it is DC Boys with a very narrow advantage, and that's no longer the case as Maximum Heat goes on with it. And so Maximum Heat in hand, in command, puts 3/4 of a length on DC Boys 2nd. 2 more back to Mo Curls in 3rd, and Lobbyist getting closer along the inside. Down the back stretch, and it is Maximum Heat through 1/4 in 24 and 2/5 seconds, leading the way by 2 lengths over DC Boys into the far turn. DC Boys set down, trying to go and challenge the favorite, but the favorite doing it well up top. Maximum Heat, DC Boys have separated themselves. Mo Curls, Lobbyist made a brief bid, but drops back once again to last. 48 and 2 for Maximum Heat, who has a 2-length lead coming to the quarter pole. DC Boys in 2nd. Another couple back to Mo Curls in 3rd. They're at the top of the stretch, and Maximum Heat's opened it up to 4 now on DC Boys in 2nd. Mo Curls angles in, trying to complete this exacta. But it's another runaway, and number 5 for Linda Rice. What a day, as Maximum Heat was a no doubt about it winner. Just ambles home and still won by 7. Mo Curls was 2nd, DC Boys and Lobbyist. 5 wins, Linda Rice. Congratulations.
3rd time in her remarkable career, Linda Rice with a 5-win day. First time ever to do it at Saratoga. Now 21 wins at the meet. 3-win day for Jose Ortiz, his 54th winner of the meet. This looked like value at 3-5, the way this one won.
Right out of the gate, you knew this was going to be a different story for our big favorite Maximum Heat. This is a horse that hasn't been able to show speed on the turf. Showed speed right out of the gate, Paul. Took over down the backside. Jose Ortiz's hands were very, very still. And he never even asked for this horse's best when they turned for home, and everyone else looked like they were running in quicksand behind him.
He had the lead, 3 furlongs into the race? The race was over. And yeah, 3-5 and Mo Curls, 4-1 run second, and congratulations to Linda Rice.
5-win day ends it with a 3-5 favorite here in the last. A main track only getting on dirt for the first time, and it was not even close. Let's go to Megan.
And the 5th time's the charm, Linda. A 5-win day. We spoke about how this meet can be a challenging one and the joy of just winning one race a day here. How excited is this? How excited are you?
Very exciting. A lot of things, go sideways during the meet for everyone, I'm sure. And so it's very hard to put it together. Sometimes days are much more frustrating than others, but today's a good day.
Today's a good day. Go celebrate this one. And lovely to see Mr. Broman here to join us as well for this one.
Thrilled to death that he made the race. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
That is incredible. What a day for Linda Rice. 5 wins on the afternoon. We saw Todd Pletcher do it earlier in the meet. That is special for a trainer that owns the all-time single-season record on the NYRA circuit for wins in a year. Again, set that record last year with 172 victories. Just incredible.
It is incredible. I've never done it. The most I've ever had is 4 in a day, and I've never done it at a major meet like the Saratoga meet. That is a big accomplishment for any trainer.
She's just phenomenal what she does. She knows where to place her horses. You look at the racing form, there's no way this horse can be on the front end, but that's just how good she is. She has a beat on her barn. She decided to, go out Midwest, buy some horses, bring them up here. That's paid off. She has a keen eye for a horse that's already raced.
And you got to be, if you're a trainer, you're hardworking. Tom, we know how early you got up in the morning every single day doing this. But one of the busiest trainers there probably is in terms of all the claims she puts in on horses all around the country as well.
That takes a lot of studying. It takes a lot of studying away from the barn. You're at that barn all day, so a lot of late nights, burning the midnight oil, and the mornings start at 4 a.m. for all trainers, so you don't get a break there.
She's got that pad, she's got that iPad, she's got that phone. I bet a lot of people want to know what's inside that magic Rolodex she's got going there.
Still firmly in the mix, too, for a training title. 4 back of Chad Brown, who's leading the way, but 5 win days help put you back in contention, don't they?
It is crazy, right? It's like Linda right back in the race, and then Manny Franco and trying to catch Jose Ortiz.
But that man right there, Jose Ortiz, on pace to set a new single-season record at Saratoga as well. We'll see what happens the rest of the way. Maximum Heat bringing Linda Rice a 5-win afternoon for the 3rd time in her incredible career. What a day for the barn. 21 wins now for the meet this summer. We have the Corgi Cup on Sunday, 2nd edition of the cutest show on dirt. You don't want to miss it. We'll be back tomorrow at 1 Eastern on Fox Sports.